influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hassan
Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom in Afghanistan.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
The assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Melon Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Good to see you again.
And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Detroit, Michigan, United States of America. You already know what it is. I'm Hasan Piker. I don't know what the weather looks like right now. I'm going to tell you in a second when I figure it out. But it's 86 degrees and sunny, even though it says cloudy on my weather app. 86 degrees and sunny here in Detroit, Michigan. We're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone is having a fantastic one. I flipped everything around, and it's like fucking my brain up. It's so funny. I'm so goddamn used to just having the screen on my left side that we set it up on the right side for the first time ever in a long time, and it's just like I'm a little bit frazzled. But this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. You already know what it is. It is 12:07 p.m. Pacific time. It is 3:07 p.m. Michigan time. It's 7/31/2026, and oh my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Normally, I would tell you, as far as personal news goes, as part of the broadcast, where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. As far as personal news, I would tell you I'm a chud-ass loser. I didn't do anything. And I guess, in some respects, there is truth to that. I ended the broadcast yesterday, filmed an episode of the Fear End podcast. It was incredible. Unfortunately, the Norm Finkelstein conversation was cut short by the fact that we had to film the Fear End podcast. I probably would have, if we're being real, I probably would have gone for another 3 hours. And I know Norm is a grade A yapper too, just like I am. So for all of us, you know, this was, there's just more opportunity in the future. That convo could have gone for like 3 more hours. I didn't even get to talk to him about gooners and how, gooning is fascism. I didn't get to show him the cooter maxing Republican OnlyFans girl. I didn't get to talk to him about Epstein. But I think it was overall a very good interview. I want to issue something for all of the fan channels. You got to take those interviews down, guys. Come on. You got to wait for our editors to cook. This is one of the few things where we want to put that on the main channel. I normally don't do this, but a lot of the bot channels they went crazy. They immediately uploaded the interview. My editors are literally sourcing data, sourcing information, pulling quotes, editing it to make sure that the interview is to make sure that we have the best product possible. Meanwhile, all the fan channels are dumping uploads on it, so we got to not do that. And I normally never ask for that. I don't normally withhold any of my IP, but that's the one part where we want to make sure. So for all of the fan channels, you got to take those down, man. What the hell are we doing? Your CNN moots actually covered you in DSA, not in bad faith. Holy Toledo.
Sources tonight.
Donnie, Left Insurgency. I know we're going to talk about that. Donnie is promoting his documentary that's coming out on Sunday. It's going to be about me, David Hogg, and the Left Insurgency overall, but it's mostly just going to be an opportunity for Josh Gottheimer's beautiful face to be prominently featured on CNN once again as he complains about me and how radical we are and how bad we are. I'm issuing a fatwa. It's already up on your main channel. Good. Francesca was on Fox News. We got all of that and more. We will be talking about all of that. I'm very excited. There's a lot of excitement in the air. Maybe it's because I'm already here at the heart of where this radical left insurgency is moving, or maybe it's because I've been seeing a lot of these candidates that didn't get the necessary national media attention finally get their flowers a little bit on the main stage, and that's exciting me a little bit, and hopefully you guys as well. You had another CNN segment on Abby Phillips
coming up next for us.
Jesus
one of
Christ.
the left's most.
Okay, we'll do that as well. But outside of all of that, personal news wise, I basically shot the podcast until like 11. Packed my bag, went to sleep, woke up 2 hours later, got on a flight, passed out on the flight for a little bit, woke up, carried the bags into the hotel, immediately rushed to take a shower, and I'm here. So I don't know if that's chud-ass loser status or not. I think it is. But, yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got for you guys. The Hill put out a video on you. Hasan Piker exposed. What the fuck? Radical pro-China communists. Exposed. You got an artwork for me to blast off? Okay, well, this is not going to help the radical pro-China ties narrative, but fuck it, we'll use it. Fuck it, we ball. Do we have any other blast off memes before I blast off on Twitter? Let the people know that we're live and we are alive. I have a little bit of a headache. We have a big lineup today, obviously. We're going to be going to an IRL event
November 7th.
later as well. Someone is telling me it's a special day today, but I can't for the life of me remember. Do you know? Oh my God. I fucking forgot. I forgot. See, this is, I'm frazzled. And only one person reminded me, which is crazy. See, I've dropped the ball. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I dropped the motherfucking ball. It's over. The ball dropped. Just kidding. We're bringing it back. This is a very special day because it's a Friday. That's right.
It's Friday then.
And the vibes are going to be immaculate regardless because it's a Friday. And some of you might be asking why. Well, a Friday is a day we celebrate all the time for our forefathers fought long and hard to make sure that we have a 5-day work week to establish a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of humanity back in our lives every single weekend. For all the wage cucks out there who are finally getting a sense of respite, it's Friday. So the vibes will be immaculate. There's also a journalist in the room right now, so it feels a little bit awkward going through the normal things that I do in the introduction of the stream. But, you know, it is what it is. Where did your beard go? God damn, bro. Have you been... The Hasanabi Caucus in Michigan? Yeah. Headed to Michigan ahead of next week. Hasan Piker, Ilhan Omar, Melat Kiros, Adam Hamawi, Chris Rabb, Hassan the Hun to Playbook DC. I'm used to having underdogs get defeated by moneyed interests over and over again, but it's not going to happen this time. That's right. It's so funny that I give Politico like these long and thoughtful answers that span for 25 minutes, and then they put like that as the quote. Sarah Longwell from Bulwark condemned your fans while doing a panel with Sex Pestany. Huh, interesting. It is what it is. In any case, let's get it popping. Let's get it twisted. What's happening in Morocco? Oh, we'll talk about that too. Don't worry. Michigan, big races next Tuesday. Straight close, situation monitored. Stevens lame closing argument. IRL events later. Get in now. We also have a phone bank that we're going to be doing for Donovan McKinney in a little bit. Obviously, I'll be rallying the troops for everybody. We got a big race there as well. That's Detroit. But yeah, here it is. This is the blast off. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. Absolute crash out from Haley Stevens. We're going to be talking about her tweet. Her closing message is literally the most online shit I've ever fucking seen. So what is really frustrating about the way that like these establishment Democrats have been operating, I've realized they're just extremely online. Like they are running the most extremely online campaign possible. And the expectation usually from these guys, the way that they've presented themselves for many, many years, we'll start off with the Haley Stevens closing message. Okay? One of the things that I have realized, one of the things that I have noticed, rather, and find very interesting is the fact that the establishment wing of the Democratic Party used to present themselves as like the reasonable people that understood the working class. People that didn't spend a good deal of time on the internet, people that were, you know, doing the work, a workhorse, if you will, right? For Michigan. And what's been really interesting about this process is that it turns out when left to their own devices, when they actually have a real left flank insurgency that is taking out seats piece by piece, the only tools that they have in their tool belt is the old school, shallow identity politics, false smears of claiming that your opponent is like anti-black or anti-woman, and claiming electability to an increasingly smaller group of people at the heart of the party. And last but not least, unbelievable levels of enmity towards people that they feel have wronged them online. And it is a remarkably online candidacy for Haley Stevens. You wouldn't expect it because she's like goofy. She's got the Youper accent. She's like really building this up, right? She's hyping herself up as a I'm a roll my sleeves kind of gal to do Michigan stuff, right? She's LARPing. When the only thing she has done, and especially with her closing argument, is utterly devoid of policy and dare I say, trying to foment racial animus and, of course, cynical deployment of anti-Semitism smears against Abdul al-Sayed. So we start here.
You know, when
Abdul al-Sayed did this interview with Amani, Muslim girl, right? And in this interview, this is one of the choice quotes from the interview, Abdul al-Sayed says, AIPAC, come after me.
You know, when AIPAC watches this, come for me. See what happens. Come for me. Like, I know you keep coming, but like, you picked literally the least capable candidate in America, right? And then Chuck Schumer doubles down, and then AIPAC doubles down, and part of me is like, okay, look, if you think you can beat money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all, come. But I'll tell you what people don't want. They don't want money in a foreign government. They want money here. You know, when AIPAC watches this, come for me. See what happens.
So it's pretty clear he's targeting AIPAC, which has spent, upwards of $34 million on this race so far. Almost $40 million on this race alone, in the primaries alone. That's a pretty significant number. And it's perfectly understandable that he's even sidestepping Haley Stevens to a certain degree and just talking about AIPAC and saying that AIPAC fucked up by choosing the wrong person. Now, this was very frustrating for Haley Stevens, who is slated to lose this primary, inshallah, right? And she delivered this this closing message. Abdul, we were both on the ballot in 2018, which, for those of you who don't know, 2018 was basically 40 years ago. 2018, I was 3 years old back then. Get it out of your system. For all the chatters in here, we're going to be like, 2018, that was 45 years ago. Okay? Abdul, we were both on the ballot in 2018. I was capable of winning my competitive primary and general election. You lost. You lost by over 20 points to Gretchen Whitmer, and you will lose to Mike Rogers by talking like this. Everyone in America understands you want to blame all your problems on Jewish Americans. What the fuck? Where did that come from? Where did that come from? Jewish Americans? Let me tell you something. Okay? The notion that AIPAC is representative of Jewish Americans is perhaps one of the most anti-Semitic things you can say. Now, and I'm not even talking about it as like from the anti-Zionist perspective, right? I'm not even saying that as like the woke guy who's always fucking talking about how Israel is fomenting anti-Semitism. I'm just straight up looking at the objective numbers of what American Jews despise. AIPAC is up there, okay? At this point, there are few things less popular than AIPAC for American Jews. You can make a separate argument about Zionism, what it means to American Jews, or Israel and what it means to American Jews to varying degrees. Some people defend it, some people don't, whatever, right? But AIPAC is seen as this far-right, MAGA billionaire-backed institution, this organization that is unbelievably undemocratic and unbelievably unpopular. So for her to just say AIPAC is actually a substitute here for all American Jews is more anti-Semitic than anything that they have claimed Abdul al-Sayed has ever said. Not anything he's actually said, because he's not anti-Semitic at all, but even their claims do not come near the level of anti-Semitism demonstrated in this talking point. Okay? But of course, we expect that from the stick it to 'em, that's the Michigan way candidate. But buddy, let me be very clear. I will lower the cost of groceries, ban stock trading for elected officials, stop Trump's abuses of power, and protect Michigan manufacturing. And you'll just be a celebrity whining and writing books to get even richer. You're part of the complainer class looking for their next book or podcast deal. Bro. Bruh. She said, bro. I just want to work for Michigan. What gives? Yeah. So obviously, this is her closeout. This is her final message. And her final message is like, you're complaining too much. Which, by the way, given that Abdul is, running for office in a primary, she's not just saying that about Abdul, she's saying that about all voters. Voters who want to vote for Abdul, voters who, might share the same frustrations that Abdul is channeling and communicating solutions to. So she's basically just saying, shut the fuck up, not just to Abdul, but to anyone that is complaining. Anyone that is complaining about, Donald Trump, prices, the level of influence that Israel has on American democracy, our endless warmongering overseas. So yeah, Haley Stevens saying that is so unbelievably out of touch, but it doesn't matter, right? The media still plays the same silly song and dance. Although, if you look at this, most American Jews oppose AIPAC spending in Democratic primaries, survey finds. Most have not heard much about the role pro-Israel groups have played in this year's primaries, another survey found. So, I found this to be waving the white flag. But in some respects, she was waving the white flag after dumping $60 million. Okay, dumping $60 million into this race. Is Haley Jewish? No. Contrary to what some people in the commentary sphere have claimed, and contrary to how Haley Stevens presents herself, Haley Stevens is not Jewish. She's not. She's Christian. But it doesn't end there. Here's the other parting message. And this is the part where we get really online. Are you ready for this? Haley Stevens says, they might not like how I sound, but I will make sure that Michigan is heard.
There's those cool kids on the internet making fun of how I talk. But let's be real, they're making fun of Michigan. Their jokes make me fight harder. Just like I did when I was working for President Obama. Like I'm doing standing up to Trump.
Yeah, President Obama. When I was an intern, I sat next to President Obama.
To stop ICE. They might not like how I sound, but I am going to make damn sure they hear us in the halls of power.
Yeah. So, again, this is like an online phenomena, okay? I'm willing to bet not a single damn person in this room gives a shit about the way you sound or has heard, I don't know, barbarism critic getting a fucking viral tweet off on how you sound. You know what I mean? Can you imagine making that your fucking campaign? It's somehow even dumber than making your campaign around like Abdul El-Sayed hung out with Hassan Piker. He's a Twitch streamer. You guys need to know about this guy. He's real bad. What gives? Like, you really got 70-year-olds in the room being like, yeah, Haley, I'm voting for you because Obama, and they're making fun of the way you sound, which sounds very normal and very real. Yeah. You never see so many black people on TV until it's voting season. That's actually a very interesting point, especially nowadays when like the anti-woke corporate attitudes really settled in. And people were running the fucking gamut on the anti-woke shit. everyone in that room is on Medicare and they don't want you to have it. Yeah, there's also an element to it. There's also an element of that in there too. Boomer resentment. You know how it is. Boomer cons. Conservative boomers. That's how they operate. It is what it is. What are you going to do? But I'm a Michigander in Ann Arbor, and you sound exactly like Haley Stevens, right? Obviously. That's what we've learned. I mean, I've been up and down the state quite a bit for Abdul in the last year and a half. I have yet to encounter one motherfucking person that sounds like Haley Stevens. People from Michigan have said she's trying to do a Yooper accent. Maybe I haven't been to the Upper Peninsula. Okay? This is how you know. This is how you know I'm fucking Michigan. Okay? This is how you know I'm a real one. I know this. Okay? But if you ask Haley Stevens, who has now nationalized this Senate campaign, the Senate primary, the only takeaway that she wants you to have from her disastrous dumpster fire of a campaign is that this is how everyone in Michigan speaks. That's devastating. Okay? That's devastating. That is ridiculous. I don't know, bro. She's really growing on me. Like a cancer. Yeah, she's trying to pull the John Kennedy nonsense, but as a Democrat. It's actually really interesting to see it happen as a Democrat. It's unexpected. You don't usually expect this from Democrats, right? Democrats go in the opposite direction where they code switch when they go to the South. They try to ham up their black scent, right? That's usually how it goes. Miss Rachel endorses most of the remaining DSA slate. Miss Rachel is our strongest warrior. Let's be real. I love her so much. Rural Michigander here who travels all over the state. I have also never heard anyone sound like her. Yeah, because she's literally exaggerating it. Bro, she went to a private school that is $60,000 a year. She's from Rochester. She literally grew up in the same fucking town that Nick Pollum grew up in. Does Nick Pollum sound like that? That's one of the other characters of this race that I just don't fucking appreciate. This like subtle but not so subtle way of saying like, I'm from Michigan. My opponent is not. Dog, Abdul was born like 10 miles away from you. What the fuck are you talking about? He's not real Michigan. I think we know what you're saying when you say the brown guy, whose name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed, of Egyptian descent, is not real Michigan like you are. Okay? That's been hella annoying too. What the fuck do you mean I'm real Michigan, unlike my opponent? Unlike my opponent. He doesn't have a quirky accent. That's real Michigan. So all of this, aside from the dog whistles, right? Aside from the dog whistles, all of this is signaling one thing and one thing only. Okay? For some, that like sectarian animus will work. Could work, especially for boomer cons, right? But like that hyper focus on the way you speak, the hyper focus on how like you're being bullied online, this kind of stuff is not in any way, shape, or form designed to be appealing and designed to draw voter turnout. Unless you're signaling to one constituency only, and that is people that live in DC, the consultant class that spend every waking moment on Twitter just like we do and are constantly getting into battles on there, and the resentment that they carry over from anonymous Twitter accounts with like DSA roses on them or anonymous Twitter accounts to hammer and sickle on them carries into like some kind of political representation in the real world, as though these factional battles between Neera Tanden and her reply guys and gals is in any way, shape, or form going to have an impact on the lives and livelihoods of Michiganders. I need people. I don't want to give advice to my opposition. But it doesn't really matter because they never listen to me. Even when I am literally yelling at them over and over again about what's going to happen next, and then it inevitably comes true. Yes, there's IRL today. Okay, yes, there is IRL today. And I'm just going to give them advice one more time. Stop hyper-focusing on Twitter battles that you have. These things are not appealing to the average people. You have to run on a policy-first platform. Hopefully this message carries over to some of the centrists that won their primary races so that they don't run stupid fucking races in the general and lose to the goddamn Republicans. Okay? Heed my warning. Anyway, there was also another Dave Weigel tweet that I think is maybe a little bit off color. El-Sayed is confident to the point of cockiness in a way you don't much see from the Dems. Stevens tried to make this an issue. I really think that losing to Trump twice made the Dems think maybe we need a laxbro who will knock their teeth out. Here's Abdul El-Sayed, the man who's likely to be the Democrats' nominee. This is Jim Garrity, National Review senior political correspondent, saying, here's Abdul El-Sayed, the man who's likely to be the Democrats' nominee for U.S. Senate in Michigan, in a podcast interview in April. J.D. Vance has brown kids who he thinks are less American than everyone else. Like, that's wild to look at your own kids and be like, you don't actually belong as much in this country that I brought you into. And honestly, like, J.D. Vance's kids, I love you. Like, Usha, like, get out, okay? You still got time. After El-Sayed said that, the host, Brian Allen, turned to the camera and said jokingly, Vance, if I know you're going to see this, do not sue me, all right? I did not know he was going to talk about you like this. I had no idea. See, even for Dave Weigel, now at the semaphore, who, roams around the country as a part of his job, this is a little bit out of touch. This is precisely what voters are looking for. A human touch. This codes as a real fighter for the voters, because real voters, just real Americans, they feel the same way when they hear about a guy who's the vice president of the United States of America, who has an Indian American wife, who has Indian American children, right? Running around, hyping up white supremacist values and claiming that his wife is probably going to go to fucking hell for not being a committed Catholic like he is. That is a very normal take. This is not an abnormal thing to say. It's uncivil to a certain degree, right? But this is exactly what most normies think. They hear this, they hear J.D. Vance and Usha, and they go, your kid's name is fucking Vivek, man. What do you mean America's getting too brown? What the fuck are you talking about? Your kid's name, one of your kids' name is Vivek, okay? Vivek. Your wife's name is Usha. You went to Yale. You are supposed to be hyping up how multicultural and diverse this goddamn country is. That's one of the best qualities of America. Our diversity is our strength. And meanwhile, Jedediah Vance over here on his 8th name change is running around being like, yeah, no, it's actually kind of bad. Maybe we got too diverse. Motherfucker, you got too diverse. You made the country diverse. It don't make no damn sense. It would be like if I ran around being like, these motherfuckers, named Hasan, named Zohran, named Abdul Rahman are coming into this country telling us how we should and shouldn't live our lives. I'm sorry, your name's not Peter, it's not Paul, it's not John, it's not George. You don't get to tell us Americans how we can and can't do things. Can you imagine if that was my commentary? Everyone would be like, dude, your name is Hasan. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, aren't you an American? The fuck do you mean? It is outright hypocritical. And guess what? People love identifying and calling out hypocrisy. People like identifying and calling out hypocrisy perhaps more than actual bad things that people do. They care more about hypocrisy than they do, or perceived hypocrisy, than bad acts. Okay? In any case, isn't that just Patrick David's whole thing? Yes, but we call it out. And it's for the average worker, it actually works a lot. It actually works against them. So yeah, CNN and Fox are going a little crazy. How do I skip this? Oh, okay. Holy shit, dude. What the hell? 534 new articles were written about me on mainstream outlets since I last visited this website. Fox News, top Wisconsin Democratic socialists confronted on past defund the police rhetoric. Far-left streamer Hasan Piker guarantees Democrat nominee will be anti-Israel. Watchdog unleashes database to expose loopholes in $5 billion foreign cash flow to U.S. nonprofits. The Hill, an American ally is adopting Beijing's playbook. Politico says Piker is driving a wedge in the Democratic Party. Piker predicts 2028 Democratic nominee won't be pro-Israel. Piker makes bold prediction about 2028 Democratic presidential nominee. Yeah, that's not a bold prediction, man. That's like me saying the 2028 Democratic nominee is going to be pro-abortion. Okay? That's only a unique take if you are still in 2026 completely and utterly out of fucking touch and out of step with the actual voters. Please go outside and talk to a single person, I beg of you. Like, you cannot have your only interaction, if you're in the media, if you're in mainstream media, okay, your only interaction with the real world cannot be a DoorDasher that you awkwardly receive your DoorDash delivery from. Okay? Girl, they already starting to move to the left. Kamala Harris. I know this is going to be controversial coming from me in particular. We need to revisit the Electoral College. We need to revisit the point of expanding the court. We need to revisit if they so want statehood for Puerto Rico and D.C. Whew. Kamala Harris is back, baby. Chameleon Harris. FYI, Haley Stevens is lying about where she grew up. I grew up in Rochester. Also, FYI, that's not an accent I've ever heard. And she graduated from Seaholm, a Birmingham high school. The only reason to lie about growing up in Rochester is because you think Rochester is poor and relatable, which is hilarious. Birmingham does make Rochester Hills look poor. Yeah, Kamala Harris, Hasanabi hit 2028. It's really funny that I said a relatively uncontroversial thing, and not just like relatively uncontroversial in our community, right? Like what I said about the 2028 Democratic nominee, I'm not going to have to worry about them being, pro-Israel. Okay? Why did I say that? Well, the reason why I said it is because I'm a normal person. I go outside, okay? I'm in touch with regular folk. I go door knocking. I interact with my community. I visit my public parks. I have a lot of normie friends. It's ironic saying this because obviously for many, they look at me and they're like, bro, you're literally live 8 hours a day. How dare you claim to be fucking normal? Here's the thing. Every moment that I'm not live online, I'm around regular folk, regular people, my friends, people that I meet out in the real world. I talk to them. I'll give you one example. We're driving over to the hotel this morning. Okay, an hour ago. We start canvassing the driver, let's be real. Okay, we start talking to the driver. You know how I love, hearing about people's unique political perspectives. He's a kind of older guy, maybe in his 50s, right? And we're like, what do you think about Abdul al-Sayed? He goes, I don't know much about him, but I have a 19-year-old son. And he's a big fan, and he's been trying to convince me, but even with our conversations, no, Hasan, don't do a tale to show how normal you are, please. Wait, what? No, this is not a tale about how normal I am. What the fuck's wrong with you? This is just a conversation that I had with a person. He says, one thing that really bothered me is I've heard about him from my son. Don't know who I was going to vote for, but I think after this conversation, in the end of the conversation, he said he's voting for Abdul al-Sayed. But before we get there, he said, my son's brought him up a little bit, right? And at first I didn't know who he was. But then, every time I go on YouTube, every time I watch my little clips on YouTube, every time I watch anything, okay? I am getting inundated with these ridiculous attack ads. They're calling him all these different names. And the reason, what actually pissed him off, apparently, was that they kept calling him sexist. And he's like, they kept calling this guy sexist over and over again. And then the reasons as to why they're calling him sexist is because what? He ran against a woman in the past. He's like said things about their opinions. I don't understand it. Like what's sexist about this? And because no normies use the word inundated. No, I'm saying inundated. Okay, he didn't say those words. He didn't say inundated. Shut the fuck up. He just said he sees these ads all the time, okay? Every time he's on every time he turns on the television, there's another ad calling Abdul sexist. Every time he turns on the YouTubes and he's watching his little clips, he said. He sees ads running right before it. No, not a white guy, brown guy. Indian. Anyway, he was just like, it turned me off. It turned me off from Haley Stevens. It turned me off from Haley Stevens because, I think the honest assessment here is that the average person may not give that much of a shit about sexism. I'll say that. Okay? This also validates the other theory, which is boomers love when young people tell them who they like and who has got them activated enough to go and fucking vote. So that's why you have a really important opportunity to talk to your parents and to get them out, canvass your parents. And the barrage of ads is backfiring because people go, all right, well, what the fuck's up with this guy? They end up looking into it. And if they have at least one person in their lives that is close enough to them or if there's someone who's, phone banking and it's like a young person on the other side of the phone calling them up to be like, hey, I'm, very excited to talk to you about the primaries coming up. All of a sudden, all of those attack ads just feed into the name recognition and they flip super easily. Okay? That's it. That's it. So that is part of the reason why Abdul has a lot of appeal. Meanwhile, the media is still desperately trying to present him as this like unelectable radical, and it's not. It's not working on the ground at all. It's so not working on the ground at all. But here, Semaphore wrote this article about Hillary Skolton. Abdul is going to win Hillary Skolton's district. She's a Democrat in the House of Representatives, controversial. Has some allegations, some rumors that she might be having an affair with the Republican running for governor. She's been saying that she's not going to endorse Abdul al-Sayed. She's not going to work to get Abdul al-Sayed elected if Abdul is the candidate. Going against the vote blue no matter who narratives. Oh, shit. What is this? Motrin? Oh, hell yeah. Thank you. That's goated. And, of course, Adam Johnson, the media critic himself, says the piece is tailored around one person, ironically enough, but it makes it seem like there's a big point of difference here, big controversy here around, like many Democrats are saying they're not going to fucking support Abdul al-Sayed. But that's not the case. Democrats are staring down the possibility that the party won't unify behind Abdul al-Sayed, who's leading by double digits in Michigan's heated Democratic Senate primary. Adam Johnson says this piece cites exactly one person refusing to support al-Sayed, Hillary Skolton. That's it. That's the only evidence. It also, once again, frames opposition to al-Sayed entirely as electability concerns, not ideology or donor pressure, even though it's ideology and donor pressure. We have zero evidence Stevens is more electable. Polls are roughly even. Betting markets, to the extent that these pose any insight, are unmoved. It's just racist. It's just a racist vibe, a dogma, a convenient narrative that allows pro-Israel and capitalist ideologues to launder their ideology. Okay? Abdul al-Sayed is far more electable than Haley Stevens. The evidence for that is the fact that he's going to win the primaries next Tuesday. Okay? It's really funny that random centrist Democrats in districts that Abdul will win by 60 to 70% think that their endorsement matters in any way, shape, or form when the polls have remained unmoved in spite of the governor and the outbound senator endorsing fucking Haley Stevens. Hillary Skolton, what the fuck do you think your endorsement is going to do? Keep your endorsement. These guys don't understand where the base is. They don't understand where the voters are. They think they understand it, but they've given up on trying to understand it. It's very obvious. They have just sat around in their comfortable perch, in their ivory towers, and kept spamming the electability argument that corporate media consistently consistently churns out every fucking primary, every general election, every midterm season, every presidential campaign. Oh, we got to pivot to the center because the voters demand moderate Democrats. Bullshit. There's also new polling that suggests that with black voters, El Sayed is up 5, at least in one poll. It's a bit of an outlier in comparison to the other polls that have polled black voters, but it's not shocking to me. These are the crosstabs coming from Mitchell Research, but I suspect if we look at the crosstabs, they might have oversampled, not oversampled necessarily, but oversampled in comparison to other to other pollsters, the youth vote, and that's probably the reason why Abdul gains an advantage in the black voters. But yes, if he is capable of bringing turnout in Detroit, Wayne County, if he's capable of bringing out the youth vote in Wayne County, then yeah, Abdul might even defeat Haley Stevens on this demographic as well. A lot of the 20 plus or so black polls for Haley sampled Detroit a fuck ton compared to the state at large. Haley unfortunately has a large base in Detroit. Yeah. It's older black voters. The last vanguard of the establishment Democrats. That's what it is. But that voting bloc will never not vote. And they will certainly never not vote for the Democrat. Unless there is a establishment Democrat spoiler and Jim Clyburn tries to come in and tries to rat fuck the race or something, which is not going to happen because the Senate Democratic majority hinges on this race. They're not going to do that in the same way that they tried with Andrew Cuomo against Zohran Mamdani in New York and failed, right? No one is. Once the primary's over, I suspect that most of the Democrats will consolidate behind Abdul and will be pushing for it. They won't be as enthusiastic as they would for like a James Tallarico, for example, but it doesn't really matter, right? As long as they do not present a hurdle, which some might, but those people who do this, for the record, the ones who will still try to present a hurdle will be outcasts. They will not have enough motion. That's my suspicion. This is speculation. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Democrats will show a side. Like maybe the Democrats will show cynicism to that degree, a degree that even I don't expect, where they will just, in order to try to prove their narrative that like in swing states, you can't have a socialist friendly candidate. They'll try to rat fuck it. They'll try to destroy the chances. They'll try to launch an opposition. I don't think so. Finally, good press value. I don't know if this is going to be good press or bad press. We'll see. It's Donny, but it's at CNN. So it's probably received as much scrutiny as anything you will ever see. It's going to be me talking for a little bit and then minutes and minutes of Josh Gottheimer calling me a monster and, James Carville being like, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. That type of shit. But this is one piece of that, which apparently hit election Twitter like a goddamn atom bomb. Okay? Everyone is very upset. Everyone is very upset about two things that have come out from this interview so far. And Donny is pumping it. He is hyping up this goddamn documentary like his life depended on it. And he loves it. Okay? He loves how he's retweeting everyone from every part of the ideological spectrum, being like, oh yeah, this pissed you off, huh? You should tune in on Sunday to watch the whole thing. So we'll see. I have no idea what the final product's going to look like. I expected to have to give me somewhat of a fair shake, as fair of a shake possible from the current formation at ZNN. So we'll see. But this was one clip that everyone got really mad about.
These guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives.
I see challenges from the quote, progressive left, unquote. And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them.
Yeah, everybody likes, you know who everybody likes? Bill Clinton. Everyone knows if there's one figure that's popular in American politics in 2026, it's Bill Clinton. Y'all remember Bill Clinton?
They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. And their only message is, we're going to blow everything up.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative.
I have one simple philosophy about politics. Winning is everything, stupid. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost. By a lot.
Because for progressives, getting out of the primary is a far more difficult battle than winning in the general. This is our theory. The reason for that is because Republicans don't have a vision for change. Socialists do.
So obviously this is a shortened version of my broader theory that I've talked about quite extensively here on this broadcast, which is the idea that if Democrats consolidate their turnout machine behind socialist candidates, left populist candidates, they will do tremendously well in the general election, because left populist candidates and Democratic socialists in particular have an agenda, right? They have a theory of change. They have long-term goals. They have short-term goals. Unfortunately, neoliberal Democrats, the right-wing flank of the party, the centrists, they do not. They're constantly finding themselves in a defensive posture against the Republicans. They're constantly playing by the Republicans' game. That needs to change. But we've never been able to show this theory of change because the primaries, for the longest time, were impossible to get out of, right? Now that's changing. Now the primaries are actually, in our favor because the Democrats no longer, like the Democratic voters, no longer believe that ridiculous electability argument, the pivot to moderation, the arguments that were presented with Hillary Clinton, with Kamala Harris as well to a certain degree, with Joe Biden to a certain degree, where everybody consolidated behind Joe Biden because they were like, oh, it's impossible. Bernie will never make it out. Ruva Roman is criticizing you on this clip. I know. So I saw that. And I think there's a misunderstanding here. Okay. She says, strongly disagree with Hasan the Hun on this. And I'm once again strongly encouraging him to come visit the South. Both primaries and general elections are extremely hard, just in different ways. We cannot be complacent going into November. There is no point where I've ever said we have to be complacent. I didn't say that. I just said that my worldview is, my opinion on this is, and we will show the world this reality, we will shock the world, okay, that left flank Democrats will defeat Republicans more handily than centrist neoliberals with no vision. That's it. That's it. I didn't say the general is going to be easy. It's going to be horrible. In any case, There was another clip from this where David Hogg actually does a really good job with this. This is a comparison that you probably heard me make towards Shannon Watts, comparing AIPAC to the NRA. Democrats unironically gave up to the left for Democrats unironically gave up the party to the left for Israel. Yep, that's precisely what happened. That's precisely what happened. And we're going to keep doing that because that's just a pure expression of democracy. If our electeds refuse to represent our interests, then yeah, of course we're going to fucking run people that do that. We're going to run people that will represent the interests of the masses. It's that simple. They're losing because they forgot that the fundamental principle of theoretical democracy is to represent the needs of the fucking masses. Anyway, David Hogg compares AIPAC to the NRA. Great take.
I'll tell you a story. When I first started working in DC, when I went from working on the outside of politics in the advocacy world to then working on the inside, one of the first things that I was told when I got here was do not talk about AIPAC. Do not mention them. Do not think about them. Don't dare go against them. And the thing that was striking to me about that was how eerily similar that sounded to what I remember hearing about the NRA after Parkland, where people said to me, you know, they're too powerful. You guys are just a bunch of kids. You know, what happened at your high school is horrible, but you don't understand. This is the NRA. Nobody's ever going to take them on, but we did, and we won. And we made that organization go from standing for the National Rifle Association to standing for not relevant anymore.
Yeah, I think a lot of people watching this, to hear you, a Parkland survivor, talk about AIPAC in the same breath as NRA will be surprising.
It shouldn't be. Both are getting kids killed.
Yep. This is what I've been pointing out to Fred Gutenberg and Shannon Watts non-fucking stop. So having David Hogg come out and say this on CNN, oof, excellent. Because it's true. They're both funded by MAGA billionaires, okay? Sometimes the same MAGA billionaires. They're both heavily invested in subverting American democracy. And they're primarily focused in melting children at schools, okay? Over there in Gaza, in Iran, in Lebanon, it's blowing up children in schools with American munitions. Here in America, it's blowing up kids in schools with AR-15s. That's it. It's the same shit. Yeah, Bill Kristol, abolish ICE. It's kind of funny because Bill Kristol is obviously the editor-at-large and the co-founder of The Bulwark, and he is far more woke than Shannon, the other Sarah Longwell, far more woke than everybody else, with the exception of like maybe Tim Miller. It's so funny to me that the guy, the neocon devil himself, Bill Kristol, is far more fucking woke than all of the other people that he hired for the former George W. Bush Democrats. Yeah. Not the biggest fan of The Bulwark, and certainly not a very big fan of Kristol himself, but I'll take it. Shannon Watts reposted a tweet. What is this? Shannon Watts, a gun violence prevention activist and the founder of Moms Demand Action, reposted that account quoting this out-of-context clip to dissuade people from voting for Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Oh, yeah, this is people saying Hasan Piker is an op.
That's unconstitutional. Man, you can fuck and suck me from the back, okay? I fuck the Constitution. I wipe my ass with the Constitution. It's a fucking piece of paper, dude. Shut the fuck up. Motherfuck the Constitution and motherfuck this country, okay? You stupid bitch.
I wonder what I could have been possibly talking about when I said that. Ooh, it seems like this was very frustrating. Oh, what was that? Oh, that's right. It happened on February 14th, 2023, as Hasan was covering the MSU shooting. Hasan was advocating for mental health evaluations before allowing someone to buy a gun, when a chatter came in and said, that's unconstitutional.
The fact that we don't do the mental health evaluations before we allow everybody to have a gun is insane. You can't say mental health is a problem in this country, not the guns, and then turn around and block every bill that would ever suggest a mental health evaluation before you can fucking use a gun. I have never understood why people think that it is crazy that we do not at least have the same level of restrictions in firearm ownership as we do for driver's licenses, okay? I will never understand that. It is such a wild thing. That's unconstitutional. Man, you can fuck and suck me from the back.
Wow. Wow. You mean to tell me that the person who found Moms Demand Action, the person who founded Moms Demand Action is very upset at the language I'm using? Wow, oh my God. Again, civility fetishists that will turn around and say, oh my God, this is going to play really poorly in the election. Meanwhile, they're literally pointing to it to try and get it to play a role in the election. That was the Michigan State University shooting. I said what I said, okay? The Constitution is a living, breathing document. It's supposed to be interpreted. And also, if it's a setback towards progress, if it's a setback that harms children in this country, then it needs to change. Who cares? I have no reverence to a piece of paper. What are we talking about? We live in the Trump world. So the civility purists, the civility fetishists are completely out of step regardless. So this is doubly out of step and unbelievably hypocritical. Because Shannon Watts, for those of you who don't know, because you probably only know her, you probably only know Shannon Watts as the person who's weirdly very pro-Israel for some fucking strange reason. But Shannon Watts came on the scene as an anti-gun violence advocate. And here she is, clipping something to weaponize against myself and Abdul, when the thing that she's clipping in the broader conversation is something that she should wholeheartedly agree with.
And I don't draw a line between whether it's kids in Parkland, kids on any street in America, in any community, or if it's kids in Palestine. It's not okay.
When you first got here to DC and you were told, whatever you do, don't talk about AIPAC. Don't come after AIPAC. Big Pharma puts a lot of money into this town, big oil, whatever. Why do you think it was AIPAC you were told to stay quiet about, more so than anything else?
There are a few groups that had the winning streak that AIPAC had. That's the reality. What people fear more than anything are people that they perceive to be strong winners that can be decisive in elections.
Yeah, and we've been destroying that narrative, okay? We have been destroying that narrative, and I'm unbelievably proud of this community for playing a formative role in absolutely brick by brick breaking that AIPAC barrier that politicians were so terrified of, which kept them quiet on these issues, on these human rights atrocities that we are complicit in. Okay? I mean, think about it. This race in Michigan is a statewide race. They claim Michigan is a swing state. It's not. It's not a fucking swing state. Michigan is only a swing state because Democrats have been complicit. Okay? Not just about Israel, but a litany of different issues as well. Democrats have placed corporate interests ahead of the interests of the population for far too long. That's why this state is a fucking swing state. Okay? But even then, in this pivotal race, in the primaries, AIPAC has dumped close to $40 million into the race. A record-breaking amount of money. And it still hasn't made a fucking dent for Haley Stevens. Okay? That's it.
AIPAC did not make anyone available for an interview. In a statement, AIPAC called Hogg's comments despicable and disgusting. AIPAC said it is proud to support, quote, principled Democrats who share our commitment to a partnership that is integral to America's national security. It also pointed out that many Democrats it supports are winning their primaries.
Yeah, okay. Perhaps it's because they haven't run against our guys. Shannon Watts openly admits to being Israel first in this tweet. Oh, yeah, this is the second tweet that went viral from the clip from the upcoming CNN documentary that Donnie is shamelessly promoting. Shamelessly. I mean, I cannot believe this man basically slit me up and down and lowered me into the ocean with a bunch of fucking sharks like I'm goddamn Chum. Okay? Love Donnie, but let's be real. He is dangling this thing in front of all of the variants, the Republicans, the fucking liberals, and the establishment that despise me. He's using me up. He's using every part of my body, okay? He is slutting me out. Let's take a look at this one.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? If you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I will have to make that calculation at all, because there is 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. You'll see.
Will you endorse the...
Whoo! This is as normal of a take. If you live in the real world, okay, if you exist in the confines of the real world, if you have had a conversation in the last year or so with a regular person that doesn't work for Raytheon as a lobbyist, that doesn't work in the Hill, this is the most normal take of all time, okay? Especially if someone is leaning Democratic or has voted for the Democratic Party in like the last 10 years, okay? This is a take as normal and not bold at all, okay? This is a take as normal. This is a take as normal as saying there's 0% chance that the 2028 Democrat that makes it out of the primary is going to be anti-abortion. If I said that, no one would disagree. So why do people disagree with this very normal take? It's because they are still unbelievably out of step with the fucking voters. That's it. Anyone that is shocked by this very normal, anyone that is shocked by this very normal take, especially even after the sequence of primary victories in 2026 so far, as we are heading into the general. Anyone that's still shocked by this take is just not paying attention. Like, they're not doing their fucking jobs. It blows my mind. Like, isn't your job to just like read the fucking polls? What are you doing? Sure, you don't care to I don't know, pop open the window and see if it's fucking raining outside or not. Maybe you're oblivious to what's going on in the world, but like a part of your job is to at least read the fucking polls, right? A part of your job is, if you're in DC, a part of your job is to understand what people are saying, what people are thinking, or at least like who's winning races and what kind of plank they're winning those races on. You have to be the most oblivious person on the fucking planet to think that what I just said there was bold. But again, every time they want to have this fucking conversation, it benefits us. Because every time they want to have this conversation and go, that's a ridiculously anti-Semitic thing to say, I can't believe he's saying that, they show how out of step they are. They show how out of touch they are with the masses, and they show how out of step they are with the base, with the actual base of the Democratic Party. Wild that there's a group called Democratic Majority for Israel when there is no group in the Democratic coalition that agrees with the establishment position on unlimited, unconditional aid to Israel in perpetuity. Even most Jewish voters disagree. This is via the National Jewish Survey. Which of the following comes closest to what you think the U.S. policy on financial aid and military assistance to Israel should be? The U.S. should provide unconditional and financial military assistance to Israel, 31%. Okay? Which is obviously very high. This is, the National Jewish Survey. The U.S. should only provide financial and military assistance to Israel if they comply with U.S. law is at 44%. It's the plurality. The U.S. should stop providing financial and military assistance to Israel is at 26%. It's fucking over. Because the current attitude in D.C. is unconditional aid. Shut the fuck up. How dare you even question this? What are you, an anti-Semite? What are you, out of your fucking mind? Meanwhile, this is American Jews by plurality saying, at least make them fucking, follow the law. Or saying, no, embargo. 26% of American Jews say no, embargo. Yeah, Scott Jennings, he speaks the truth. The number one plank of the Democratic Party platform is and will be anti-Semitism above everything else. It's anti-Semitic. To oppose sending aid and arms to a country that's doing genocide and maintaining apartheid while falsely claiming it's doing it for all Jews? What a strange thing to say. Can you tell him to suck my dick in that tweet as well? At Plaslyko? No, I'm not going to do that. Sorry, Plaslyko. Did you ever do that panel show Jennings is on, or do they only let you on CNN in super edited pre-produced segments? Yes, they will never have me on MSNBC. They will never have me on CNN. Let's be real. It's not happening anytime soon. I mean, that might change. Who knows where we'll be by 2028, but for the time being, well, CNN in 2028 is going to be under the control of Ellison, so they'll definitely never have me on. But you are the breaking news story every day on Hannity now? What the fuck? Sean Hannity has made Hasan the breaking news story on Fox News every single day this past week. He no longer needs to explain who Hasan is because everyone in his boomer audience already knows him now.
The U.S. Senate, we have a full report. John Fetterman has a message from Michigan's radical socialist-backed Senate candidate who likes to campaign with Hasan Piker, and more straight ahead.
I cannot believe this fucking puffy-faced loser said he wanted me to go on his fucking podcast. I literally said I would fly out to Florida for him to do his goddamn podcast, and he backed away, and then he chirps about me every fucking day. I'm so mad. He had a goddamn war criminal on his fucking podcast that he paywalled the interview portion of before he had my ass on. Talking about me every day, never talking to me. Holy shit. But yeah, this is expected. This is expected, right? This is expected. We know that Fox News is going to be doing this. Obviously, it's their midterm strategy. It's very stupid. It's not going to work, but it doesn't matter. It's really funny that they're like trying to get people to be agitated enough about who I am so that like the mere mention of my name will at least like invoke some kind of fear, some kind of fury. And then they'll be like, this guy is hanging out with the Democrats. And then the boomers will be like, oh, we got to go out and vote. They're fucking stupid, right? But what's frustrating, what's been endlessly frustrating, is seeing that exact same attitude from Democrats. Obviously, Shannon Watts right here is demonstrating that. Says with the Israel take that I had, which is a perfectly normal take. If you're a Democrat, you should know this by now. Either idiocy or sabotage to be giving these kinds of interviews going into the primary election. There's 0% chance any 2028 Democrat nominee will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. So stupid. Shannon, if you've been around normal folk in the last year that have voted for a Democrat in the last decade, you'd know this take is as uncontroversial as claiming the 28 Dem nominee won't be anti-abortion. Hey, yo, Hasan, want to jump into a quick game of Fortnite? Nah, dog, I'm sorry. I can't play Fort right now. Thank you. Dem nominee will be pro-choice. That's a better way to frame that. Shannon, if you've been around normal folk in the last year that have voted for a Democratic candidate, voted for a Democrat in the last decade, you'd know this take is as uncontroversial as claiming the 2028 Dem nominee will be pro-choice. New Michigan poll dropped. Latest Zenith research poll on behalf of Abdul Al-Sayed's Fighting for Michigan PAC finds Al-Sayed leads Haley Stevens by 19 points. This was conducted between July 26th to July 30th. Fox News is running the shit out of that 0% chance quote, by the way. Far-left streamer Hasan Piker guarantees Democratic nominee. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? This is great. This is great for us. Not just for us on the insurgent left, but this is great for the broader anti-MAGA, anti-Trump movement, okay? That extends far beyond the left flank insurgencies, that extends into the Democratic base of support broadly, and even independents, and maybe even some Republicans who are increasingly more frustrated, okay? Increasingly more frustrated with the unconditional loyalty demonstrated by Trump and his allies to Israel. Why? This, once again, positions them as the unconditional loyalty to Israel party. That is so good. This is so good that, like, I sometimes feel like the Democrats don't deserve this level of promotion, okay? What have they done to receive this level of promotion? Yeah. We must internalize that identity politics extremists polarize themselves into actual racism, not because of hypocrisy, but because that's the end result of liberal identity politics, an ideology that privileges racial sectarianism and owning the left will find the red pill. Yeah, there seems to be a play to double down on racism against Abdul Al-Sayed by pro-Haley Stevens posters who keep popping up in my feed. Yeah, we covered this before, right? It was the school board lady. For years, these guys talked nonstop about how dirtbag leftists were going to become fascists. Oops, it was the other way around, where in 2026, and liberal identity politics is a cornerstone of the Palestinian genocide, transgenocide, crackdowns on leftist speech, and the woke right. I just want Larkin to win in a huge upset in Florida. Establishment Dems will commit seppuku on live on CNN. Yeah, we're going to work on that. Don't worry. Hello, Hasan. Glad you're in Michigan. Abdul's going to win by 5 to 10 points, I suspect. Have heard that from folks close to the campaign. I think it's great you were trying to mobilize your fans and followers for on-the-ground political action, says H. Bizzle. Lib Bizzle is back. AFL-CIA's very own Lib Bizzle is back. Back in the building. Now that elections are coming up, of course, our UAW champion, Lib Bizzle is the only person, as I've jokingly referred to over and over again over the years, for those of you who know, who've been a part of this community, Lib Bizzle is the only person who can actually show pay stubs from the DNC. And we've duked it out over and over again, all up and down the timeline. And, he's on our side. But you know who else is on our side? Perhaps the most unlikely ally. You might recognize him as a prominent fixture of K-Hive. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Too Raw, Too Real has thrown his hat in the ring and has endorsed Abdul Al-Sayed. It's over. There is no clearer definitional proof that it's fucking over. And Sam Robinson, who's awesome, the Michigan roving reporter, the Detroit's very own Sam Robinson, also points this out, says this is a bigger surprise than any endorsement I've seen in this race so far. He's right. He's right. This is the most confusing endorsement so far. This would be the equivalent of Josh Gottheimer endorsing Abdul Al-Sayed. Okay? This means that they went to him and they showed him a big purse and he was like, no, I see the writing on the wall. I actually have better instincts than fucking Gretchen Whitmer. Okay?
My own black ass out to the carpet because my silence has been a little louder than my advocacy. I've been a supporter for Abdul El-Sayed for a long-ass minute for Senate. In fact, one of the first creators to interview him, I'm a collaborator on that fucking video. Meaning, it's got my stamp of approval, ho. Well, why, Kenny? You know that Peckerwood Piker likes him. What the fuck that got to do with me? That's his issue. I'm focused on the...
That, brilliant. Brilliant. I love that. Thank you. I like that he still had to do a subtle... snide remark being like, oh, well, Hassan Pecker likes him, which is bad, but I don't care because I care about the issues. Great. That is exactly what I expect from Democrats, even the worst grifters out there, okay? Like, that's what I expect from Shannon Watts. When Shannon Watts was like, no, it's a bridge too far for me, that he's like, cooperating and collaborating with Hassan Piker. That's the reason why I can't find myself voting for this person. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit who any candidate fucking collabs with, dude. Can you imagine? I'm like, oh, you went on MS Now. You went on MS Now. I can no longer endorse you. Sincerely. The fuck? No, I want my candidates to fucking go everywhere. I want my candidates to build an actual big tent. That's how you win elections, man. Yeah, I saw centrist liberals now indistinguishable from... Oh, this was really funny as well. Hold on. Let's finish this beautiful, beautiful moment from Too Raw, Too Real. Welcome to the insurgent left, Too Raw, Too Real. I think McKinney is going to win as well as Lawrence. Friend working in support of Lawrence told me before the Global Strategy Group poll on MI7 came out, similar results. Thought margin will be bigger. The fact Syed is winning big in MI7, Slotkin's old C should be a big canary for the party. Yup. It turns out, MI7, they are going to say, for MI7, that's a big one, right? That's a big one. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. Let me finish this first because I want to keep gloating. But after that, we will get to MI7. We'll get to Donovan's race too. Obviously, there's a lot of exciting things to unpack from the projections so far.
Issues. Like, this is not no click shit. This is politics. And I'm not going to play politics with people's lives. Well, Kenny, I thought you didn't like progressives. Well, I don't like prejudiced progressives. I don't like milquetoast moderates. I don't like racist-ass Republicans. It's all anything that stems in anti-blackness. Bitch, I don't like it. I'm politically homeless.
King, you're on camera. No, it's fine. You can just go. No, it's fine. It's fine. You can just plug it. You don't have to crawl on the ground. That's so funny. He's like trying to marine crawl, so he's like off the camera. I was like, it's not gonna work. Well, there's hold on. I got you.
Just so happened to be a black person who's registered as a Democrat. Y'all the lily whites who like to live by motherfucking labels, not me. Abdul is a motherfucking real one. He ain't like these other motherfucking progressives. He's not a class reductionist. He believes that you cannot deal with class unless you deal with race. He continuously shows up in black spaces. He doesn't diminish our experiences or chop it up as identity politics. In fact, he even teamed up and collaborated with one of the most productive women in Congress, Lauren Underwood. Well, Kenny, wasn't he a part of the uncommitted movement? Yes, he was. But he wasn't like the motherfucking crackheads that turned from uncommitted to abandoned Harris. They originally had in good intentions, but just like every motherfucking movement, there are some people who decide to derail the fucking movement and do some other shit. Let's roll this shit back real quick. Originally, the uncommitted movement was to apply pressure to the president to call for a ceasefire and to end the devastation that was happening in Palestine. When Joe Biden dropped out and said he wasn't seeking re-election, it wasn't even a day later that Abdul was calling on Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee. He endorsed her immediately, even before any delegates even voted for her to be the presumptive nominee. Like I said, he ain't crazy, and his ass ain't DSA neither.
I know that capitalism works. I just know that it does not work when you have monopolies or oligopolies.
This is so good. This is so goddamn good. I mean, I love it. Like, he is obviously one of the, like, this has been like an ongoing one-sided beef. He fucking hates my ass, right? He hates everything I represent. He constantly will cynically claim that I'm like racist, I'm anti-black, whatever. Okay? But he is demonstrating a level of sensibility here that I haven't seen from so many other Twitter brain broken pundits, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Also, there's a Chan internal that shows her 5 points away from Scott Wiener. This is not great. I've already said I would support her if she wants it. It's coming close, Connie. And I'm saying that as someone, again, here's a great example of this. Okay, Connie Chen, not my favorite pick in the primary. As you guys know, I tried to lend support to Shoykot. He lost. But what did I say? After the primary's over, we can't let Scott Wiener occupy that seat. He will occupy it as one of the most viciously pro-Israel candidates who's currently lying. Okay? Who's currently lying about not being pro-Israel. Connie Chen called me an anti-Asian racist in the primaries. She called me an anti-Asian racist because, if you guys recall, I was complaining about the tokenization of like Asian people that were hired specifically to be the face of the anti-DEI movement during the Supreme Court case against affirmative action. And I was ripping into these like tokenized, self-tokenized Asians that wanted to be the face of this movement, this white supremacist movement. And they clipped it, and they were like, oh, he's fucking anti-Asian. He's an unbelievable racist against Asians. The reason why they were doing that, of course, the reason why the right-wing forces in the primaries were doing that was because they didn't want Shoykot in a very heavily Asian-populated district like San Francisco to actually make it into the primaries. It's funny that they said this, by the way, because San Francisco is one of those districts where there is a very large chunk of Chinese Americans, and many of them actually don't have negative opinions about China, contrary to what people would believe. And Shoykot himself was Asian, obviously is Asian, and that didn't really matter. But what was interesting about that is, like, I have been known by, I've been presented in mainstream media usually as a guy who's like too pro-Asian countries. So it was really funny that they threw me for a loop where they were like, he's actually anti-Asian. He's an anti-Asian racist. To show you how cynical this kind of stuff is, the deployment of like the weaponization of like cynical, hollow identity politics. A great example of this is like people who on the one hand will say, this guy Hasan loves China, he loves China, he loves China. And then to be like, oh, he's like an anti-Chinese, anti-Asian racist. Ridiculous. I mean, aren't you also technically Asian? Yeah, but not the not the kind of Asian that Americans and the San Francisco voters think of when they think of Asian. Yeah. I mean, think about the last week's coverage, the last week's fake controversy. I wore a Zhongshan suit, a Chinese suit, a suit that looks like a Nehru suit, like a suit that is very, very common, very popular in the Asian continent, all up and down the continent. And these motherfuckers were running around being like, that's Mao. He's Maoist. He's a Maoist. He wants the Cultural Revolution to take place in America. Look at the suit he's wearing. A suit that I personally love that you know, a Chinese tailor made for me. A bespoke suit that they were trying to bully me over, which, by the way, again, backfired. Obama tan suit moment. Many of the Democrats, many of the normies on Facebook were like, oh, really? This is what we're worried about? Cost of living crisis is exploding, and this is what Fox News wants to fucking complain about? Some Twitch streamer wearing a suit? What are you, fucking nuts?
The reason why I support him is because I want to show and set a precedent.
Anyway, my point is, in spite of all of that, I would still lend support to Connie Chan because she is a far better pick than Scott Wiener. It's not even a question because I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about people playing politics. Even when they call me cynically to win their primary, even when they call me cynically an anti-Asian racist, I'm like, I'll let bygones be bygones. I don't give a shit.
For progressives to know that you can win without the anti-blackness. You can win without the prejudice. You can win without being a class reductionist. You can win without always having to feed into white grievance. You can win without diminishing black experiences. You can win with being inclusive. You can win without...
You know what's really funny about this take? It's identical to my take as well, for not just black people either, but for all marginalized identity groups that Democrats constantly try to fucking... throw to the wayside in order to win elections, to moderate to the center. And that's what's really funny about it is like that's my point of view as well, but he will never recognize that because he thinks that I've like, he has made up his fucking mind that I'm like an anti-black racist.
Trying to defang black people from the Democratic Party.
And then immediately turns around and fucking hits Will Lawrence. Michigan 7. We'll talk about that too.
Bang black people from the Democratic Party. The reason why I support Abdul is because we agree on so many issues, particularly when it comes to policy, Medicare for all. I agree with that shit, but because he understands the issue of class and race, he understands that even passing Medicare for all will not deal with the root causes on why black women are more likely to die than their white counterparts. Because of his connections and collaborations with black women like Lauren Underwood, the woman who actually wrote the Momunist bill. Because he's not a class reductionist, because he understands that...
Class reductionist. Surely this guy's pro Cori Bush, right? Yeah, see, I don't know where he's at on stuff like that, okay? But this is a pivot. He's a cynical grifter. I don't really care. I welcome it, okay? I welcome it with open arms. I mean, arms distance regardless, but open arms nonetheless. Great. Facebook boomers agree with you? Yeah. Far left streamer declares there is a 0% chance that the 2028 Democratic nominee will be pro-Israel. Piker made the prediction during a CNN interview with Pressed On whether he'd back a pro-Israel Democrat focusing on defeating fascism. The streamer also recently drew scrutiny for framing a 9/11 newspaper front page behind a streaming desk. Years after saying America deserved 9/11 in a 2019 clip, he later apologized. Far left is hilarious. Fantastic. Now if Republicans can do the same, we'll start making America great again. Political debates. This is Fox News boomers, bro. On Facebook. These are boomers on Facebook responding to the Fox News article. It's Jover, dude. It is so fucking over. It's not even close how over it is. Political debates continue to evolve as different voices shape conversation about foreign policy, elections, and future of the parties. Dialogue and accountability remain important to a democracy. If that's true, I vote Democrat for the first time ever, says Alex Martinez. Why are you booing him? He's right. When Zohran Mamdani was asked what country he would like to visit, he won the election. When everyone said Israel, he didn't. He won. He's our mayor and not a foreign country. From his mouth to Jesus' ears, amen. There's a chance they might be anti-America as well. I think we need someone who's pro-United States. Criticism of the Israeli government's actions, blah, blah, blah. If he's far left, that's funny. That'd be great. America first. He's correct on all accounts. Oh no, not nuanced thought. This man's hate for Israel and the Jewish people is disturbing. What's more disturbing is the people who listen to him. He only has hate in his heart. 26 people laughing at that comment. That's what's really funny about this. Donald Trump tapped into populist rage very effectively, but because he's a con man, he didn't actually follow through on it. Like the isolationist perspective. No more wars. He's the peace ticket. This is the pro-peace ticket. America first. Let's rebuild our industrial base. These are not controversial ideas. These are universally positive ideas that the American voters are demanding. They're begging. Trump happened to capitalize on the Democratic Party's inability to address these demands. That's it. That's it. And now that he hasn't followed through on it and exposed himself as a fucking charlatan, can you imagine a world if the Democrats got their fucking shit together and said, look, he's not doing it. We actually will. That is the promise of the insurgent left. Hopefully he's right. Why do they always have that look about them? Sounds good. Well, yeah, they can't run far enough or fast enough to the left on any policy. If they want any chance, they'll need the most extreme Democratic socialists they can find on TikTok. I love all the photos of the boy millionaire socialist, 2K Cartier glasses. We can only hope. He's right, America first. Hakikat bombası. He's truth nuke in Turkish. You can't really be focused on defeating fascism and pro-Israel at the same time. And that's why they will win easily in 2028 and 2032. Trump has been the best president Democrats ever had. He will hand him all three houses for years, maybe decades. No lies detected. America First is now considered far left. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Dana Bash had Fran Hong on to hit her with a litany of gotchas, but it's fucking great for us. Once again, any moment that Francesca is on mainstream news is excellent. Okay? Excellent.
Racism is the root causes on why all these things are happening. So if I didn't say it before, let me say it full throated.
Okay, great. Too raw, too real. Welcome to the fucking left insurgency. All right. So, we'll do the Francesca Hong thing in a second. What was I going to show you? Wow, in the 18 toss-up House districts, 92% of black voters and 75% of Hispanic voters were less likely to back a candidate who strongly supports Israel and continued U.S. military aid. 61% of moderates were less likely to support a pro-Israel candidate. Holy fuck, this is the truth Samson option, okay? This is the truth nuke of all nukes. What are we doing? God, the Democrats are so fucking incompetent. It's awesome. I'll be honest with you. If they were smarter about this shit, if they tried to play their cards a little bit better, if they weren't such corporate stooges, they literally would have recognized the moment and would have at least tried to present themselves as being like critical of Israel, but in the appropriate way. But they didn't. Because they're such corporate stooges. They're such goddamn corporate stooges that they could not get themselves to say the necessary things to even lie to the base. And here we are. Their inability to play the game has caused them. What is this? Shannon, you've been around normal folk. You couldn't organize your way out of a Halloween maze? I mean, who cares? Whatever. Yeah, she's right. Fine. Organizing for Shannon literally means getting paid 20 grand a pop to go speak at events, oftentimes fundraised by pro-Israel donors. Okay, that's what organizing means to her. If I'm so bad at organizing, then why the fuck are my candidates who are getting outgunned and out fundraised by outside expenditures beating the shit out of your candidates all up and down? Yeah, I know. Bernie Moreno is gay, by the way. Yes, I'm surprised that people are shocked by this. I've covered it before. And that's part of the reason why he has been awfully quiet about Max Miller, who brutalized his daughter. We've briefly touched on this. I've covered it a couple times, but we'll do it. Centrist liberals are now sounding indistinguishable from MAGA in the way they're panicking over Hasan and the DSA. Let's take a look.
A small faction of radicals drive more people toward Donald Trump.
There is a small group of far-left extremists gaining influence.
Democratic socialists who now have a chokehold all over the Democratic Party.
The reality is very, very scary. At this point, a majority of the governing board is controlled by people who are explicitly communists.
They attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview.
They want to toss out our Constitution, eliminate all checks and balances. They want to concentrate power, control entirely the means of production.
Or you move in this incredibly authoritarian way, right, where you get secret police, people being rounded up and brutalized. And I'm afraid that that's what we're seeing in DSA right now.
These are people who even 10 or 15 years ago but would have been relegated to the outer extreme fringes of the Democrat Party.
Over a 10-year period, we saw the organization just become more and more extreme.
10 years ago, when I would interview DSA people, socialists, etc., they would say to me very soberly, they would go, listen, David, I'm a socialist, you're not, but our next stops on this bus are the same.
Yeah, we still say that. It's just the problem is you don't want to be on the bus no more. That's the issue. That's the issue. The issue is the bus unfortunately has been moving in the opposite direction because it's been, you know, the driver is Donald Trump. Yeah. Okay. Good take from David, I guess. He is refusing to reckon with the reality. Part of it is because of his own opinions about foreign policy. Let's be real, okay? It sucks to say, but his perspective on his perspective being out of step with the voters on American foreign policy as it pertains to Israel, maybe not just even Israel, but like American militarism, for example, has forced him to reconsider his other positions as well. Now he's like, maybe the DSA is too radical. I don't know. I want Medicare for all. I want social democracy. I'm a social democrat. But then he fucking complains about the people who are advancing social democracy in this goddamn country.
Extreme left, I mean really extreme left. You see it on the position with Israel.
What's been called the Red-Green Alliance, which is definitely a short-term arrangement between Islamic fascism.
Dog, I'm going to annoy the fuck out of you until you talk about DIOP Harris. I know you see this. I don't see it. And I hate when people say, I know you see this. Diop Harris?
In socialism.
This Islamo communist alliance. I mean, the left should have no rightful association with the Islamic fucking guard of Iran.
I regularly get emails and see comments for people saying, you're with us or against us.
In order for us to be progressives, we now have to believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts.
These are people
dressing as Mao.
Piker, you know, in those Mao pajamas.
Hasan Piker was dressed like Mao.
Okay, the Humanist Report. Great edit from the Humanist Report. Respect. Anyway, but here is the left insurgency. Do we have this on the... Let's see. I don't know if it's like one of the videos that's on the docket here, but this was the Abby Phillips.
Most polarizing voices are speaking out about the litmus test that he believes candidates will face in 2028. Moment or a movement. A new CNN special takes viewers across the country to explore the battle over the Democratic Party's future and its ongoing debate over socialist politics. Our own.
Okay. First of all, someone asked, are we going to watch on Sunday the Sunday special? What do you think? Chatters, we will be fucking seated. Okay? No matter where I am, my ass will be parked, popcorn in hand. We will be seated. And then when Monday rolls around, the take machine is going to go nutty mode. They already are positioning this documentary as though I'm like this insane person saying insane things. You haven't even seen my commentary, because this will be the quintuple down on Palestinians' right to resistance. Just so you guys understand, obviously, there were a lot of questions that Donnie asked me. Not to tease it too much, but Donnie basically printed out the fucking Josh Gottheimer, Mike Lawler congressional, the demanded deplatform bill, right? Bill's not going anywhere, but it's doing its purpose. It's doing its job. Yes, I will be seated like that. This is how I'll be waiting. I don't know why it looks so goddamn Turkish in this. But I doubt all of it makes it. No. I'm certain that they will want anything and everything I've ever said about Hamas, anything or everything that I've said about the Palestinian resistance, international law, an international right afforded to the Palestinians to militarily resist against the Israeli apartheid, the Israeli occupation. It will be definitely featured on it, because it's one of those statements that's like objectively true, but it's analysis that no one ever hears in mainstream outlets. And therefore, it's yet another instance where they will present that and they'll say, this is a ridiculous position. And every time they put that on television, every time they put that, like, he said Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, how dare he say such a fucking crazy thing? Like, every time they play that position, more and more people go, actually, I don't think that's wrong. Okay? That's it. And they don't realize it. Which Sunday special? I honestly don't know what you're referring to, says Manyak Masin. There's a Sunday documentary coming out on CNN that Donnie made about the insurgent left movement. Part of it features my commentary, what I've been doing up and down the countryside. Anyway, and of course CNN is teasing the special over and over again. This is the whole story. The left insurgency airs Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Donnie O'Sullivan sat down with one of the left's most controversial figures and who offered a bold prediction about 2028.
How am I controversial?
Will you endorse?
Controversial for who? Controversial for who?
The 2028 candidate, if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like. If you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I will have to make that calculation at all, because there is 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. You'll see.
Donnie joins us here at the table now. So, Donnie, in your reporting, what do you think is the balance between the sort of economic populism that's motivating some of the candidates and this Israel issue, which is very real, that Hasan Piker is talking about?
Yeah, it's huge, and they view this as going hand in hand. I mean, the reason I asked Hasan Piker that question, and I'm guessing most people watching this program now know who Hasan Piker is, but for those who do not, he has become the sort of lightning rod within the Democratic Party, within the debate for what direction the Democratic Party should go. The reason I asked him that question was because we bumped into him, we interviewed him at the 2024 DNC. He had been invited as part of the DNC as they tried to broaden their tent and bring creators in. He was there streaming live, and he was not supporting Harris. He did not endorse her. He didn't tell his viewers to vote for her. And I think, this is the real crux of this problem, this issue here, is that...
They call themselves was it the uncommitted?
The uncommitted movement, yeah. But I think, you could see where this is going in terms of as we get into the 2028 primary, probably beginning on New Year's Eve, right, this year, is that will the party come together at the very end? It looks like they are...
Yeah, to be fair, I was excited about the changes that were taking place in the party until I saw her speech. The last day at the DNC was the day where I was like, oh, fuck, it's over.
poles apart right now, and you can see people are entrenched.
There's no way they come together. I mean, you've got a large group of this party that is not just accepting the fact that you have to be anti-Israel, but they decided to justify a dude with a Nazi tattoo. I mean, there's a rise of anti-Semitism on the left. It is, as a Jew, it's absolutely terrifying to me to see that. As a Republican, I say, at least...
As a Jewish Republican, it wasn't terrifying to you that the wealthiest person on the fucking planet who had dumped $250 million into Trump's election, Sig Heiled twice at the fucking inauguration? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck. These guys are such phonies, man. They are such liars.
It's guaranteeing at the national level, the White House, probably going to be a lot easier for the Republicans if we're truly going to go up against either someone who is an anti-Semite or choosing to reject that and then upsetting the base that's not going to go turn out.
I know I sound like a broken record when I say this, but we have to acknowledge that this movement away from Israel is not solely a Democratic phenomenon. It is happening on the right and on the left. But on the Democrats, our CNN poll finds that 69%, if you add enthusiastic and okay, of Democrats say that they are okay or enthusiastic about somebody being nominated who supports cutting U.S. aid to Israel. Again, I think it would be a political mistake for Republicans to believe that this is a solely Democratic issue.
But it's so much more pronounced on the Democratic left right now, and that very polling suggests that it's a big issue for those who identify with and would support Democratic Socialists. But conventional Democrats, it's a much less salient issue.
Really? Do you have any polls to back up this statement? No, of course you don't, because you're fucking lying. Keep lying to yourself, keep lying on CNN, keep lying to the fucking boomers that watch CNN. Maybe they'll trust you, I guess, even though you're very clearly the Republican opposition here as well, alongside the other guy. But, I mean, look at Abby's face. She's like, oh, interesting take. We have seen exactly 0 polls that suggest that this is not a salient issue for all voters across all demographics. Okay? The last bastion of support for Israel in this country is not coming from American Jews. It's coming from the evangelicals. And even then, even there, the support is diminishing for Israel. Okay? So who remains in this country other than white evangelical Protestants that is at the heart of Trump's militancy, that's at the heart of Trump's base of support, that's the core voters for Donald Trump? Who amongst the American voters is actually saying no, this is, support for Israel is a fucking core issue for me, salient issue for me? It's bullshit. Democrats who receive AIPAC money are the most likely to do worse against potential Republican opponents or Democrats who oppose all corporate funding. Wow. Shocked.
Also, Washington Post polling.
That's 69%. I mean, we just talked about the self-identified Democratic Socialists is only a third.
But also,
they can come off as myopia.
Almost 2/3.
But also, this whole thing. This is the problem that we've had around anti-Semitism in Israel in this political debate, is because people have made it a political football when, in all honesty, it's not. You have an entire movement, the Groper movement, Nick Fuentes, who are rooted in anti-Semitism. You have people on the far right. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene talked about Jews controlling the weather in space lasers. So let's not act as if
the difference is that I'm perfectly comfortable calling out Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nick Fuentes.
Disagree, but
if the Democrats let that Maoist poseur lead their party,
who are we talking about?
Talking about Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
Who are we talking about? Now, it's really funny because he's an op of mine as well. Okay? So for him to go, who are you talking about? Even though he very clearly knows who I am as well, because he also hates me. Everyone on this panel, from the liberals to the Republicans to the far-right reactionaries, they all are actually united under the umbrella of despising what this movement represents, who I am. But I love that even Bakari Sellout turned around and was like, who are you talking about?
I was like, I didn't even know what the adjective meant. I didn't know who you were talking about. But he does not.
But he's somebody who is not real.
What we have to realize is that we're not going down this path.
55% of the country says we will not support a democratic socialist, and that includes, by the way, 2-to-1 margins among Democrats.
Yeah, what's the percentage of the country that says they will not support Trump? Like, two can play that game. The poll that they're looking at also showed something spectacular. A lot of people immediately, a lot of the centrists, a lot of the Republicans, like, immediately went and cherry-picked data points. They're being like, the DSA is so unpopular. The DSA is so unpopular. Bitch, the DSA is more popular in that poll than the Democratic Party is and the Republican Party. What are you talking about? DSA, Democratic Socialists, in that fucking poll had a higher approval rating than the Democrats did and the Republicans did. Why would you bring that up? Why would you bring that point up as though it's like a good point? It's like a good own.
Who are black.
I know. We're trying to educate you.
You also spoke to establishment figures like James Carville and others.
Also, since that one college professor passed away, DSA has more money than the DNC. Let's fucking go. We're moneyed up. We're breaded up. Okay? Socialists are breaded the fuck up right now. We are going to go and buy the DNC headquarters. Ken Martin put that shit out. Ken Martin put the entire house on the parlay. We are about to come in and seize the motherfucking headquarters. Okay? DNC has got minus $20 million cash on hand. DSA up $5 million. Okay? Turns out it's the broke boys of the DNC that are losing. We got our bread up. Get your money up, not your fucking funny up, dude. Yeah, bread and roses. Bread and roses means real bread. Breaded the fuck up. He pawned the DNC crib, dude. That's what I'm saying. We're about to fucking foreclose on that bitch. We're about to move like Citadel on that situational awareness guy who fucking put the house on one fucking AI company, okay? We're about to move. We're about to make big money moves. Yeah, that's right. Why do you think I'm wearing the suits, baby? Import, export. I love when straits are open. I love commerce. I'm a big businessman.
Do you get the sense that they understand, they fully grasp what is happening right now in the party and how to address it?
Well, I think, to this point, there is, and it's hard to even call it the fringes anymore, right? Because a lot of these ideas are becoming very mainstream. I mean, I think Hasan Piker was a sort of fringe character a few years ago. You can see he's sort of central in this debate within the party now. What you see on both the right and the left, I mean, if you're watching Tucker Carlson, as millions of people do every day now, I was at CPAC earlier this year speaking to many of those young MAGA guys who were very disappointed about the start of the Iran war. They have the same feelings towards Israel, right? I mean, this is a thing that's happening on both sides of the party. I don't think that, the likes of the James Carville necessarily understand what is happening. And because I think so much of it also has to do with where these guys, young guys, oftentimes are getting their information, their news and information. They're not getting it from mainstream media, they're getting it from online.
A big generational component to this, so super interesting stuff. You can catch more of Doni's reporting on the whole.
Yep. So that was one. That was one of the highlights. Also, here's a moment from the Norm Finkelstein conversation. Shout out to Emma for the edit.
The UN Security Council proceeded to give the deed of Gaza to that ape in the White House, Donald J. Trump. They gave him the deed to Gaza. I mean, it's just, when you read that, once again, I'm walking the streets. What just happened here? He got the deed to Gaza. According to their setup, there are no, on November.
I love that Norm doesn't even skip a beat. He's just He's just like, no, this is a matter of fact. Like, just as it was a matter of fact that the UN gave Trump the deed of Gaza, it's a matter of fact that he is a, you know, I'm not going to repeat what he said, but, you know, I was locked in. I was trying to be as serious as possible, but it was virtually impossible for me. You also managed to make Norm laugh. Yeah, that was a highlight for me.
There are a few Jewish sports heroes like Hank Greenberg. Again, the names will come back.
Adam Friedland.
No. There were a few.
He loved that. He thought that was so funny. Oh, I have drama. After the interview ended, I asked him, which interview was better for you? Like, which interview did you enjoy more? And he said, yours. Yeah, he said Adam was weird. And then he said that Adam was a lot smarter than he lets on, which of course we know already, but it was funny. Did you offer him some water? Always leave out a fresh bottle or something. Bro, you're talking about Norm Finkelstein like he's a stray cat. Okay? What the fuck? Dog, yes, every guest that we have, when they come into the house, we offer them food and beverages. Okay? We actually select snacks that we know ahead of time from our investigations. Snacks that they like, snacks that they enjoy. We lay it out. Okay, on a table. Jesus fucking Christ, you guys are so goddamn parasocial. It is unbearable. Oh my Lord. Cheesegate? Okay, except for Francesca Hong, which I went out and you know, made the major mistake. I know, I fucked up. I messed up. Okay. All right. Where were we? There was another like CNN one. Oh, see how informative the conversation is when that Goldberg dickhead is not spewing lies as he sweats fear. Also W for Hassan the Hun chat's cameo.
Sources tonight are CNN's senior correspondent, Donny O'Sullivan, who has a new documentary on the left insurgency for The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper that is airing this Sunday night. And also CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enten, who is digging into the new poll numbers that came out today. And Donny, you've been spending 6 months traveling the country, looking at the rise of the Democratic Party's progressive movement. What have been your biggest takeaways?
Yeah, Caitlin, I mean, obviously they have momentum right now, and we saw that especially since the start of the summer with the New York primaries. There is an overwhelming confidence, I would say. And also, I mean, one thing that's really stuck out to me is this is really, I think, underlined just how sophisticated the Democrat side, or the left, however you want to look at it, that their media infrastructure has grown. You know, I think we've seen this sort of MAGA media universe of the Steve Bannon show and things like that explode over the past few years, and just how effectively Trump used that in 2016 and in 2020, and of course in 2024. You can really see how these campaigns are, you know, rather than relying on mainstream outlets, which of course they still speak to, and they have the debates, so big a role is the YouTubers and the streamers and the podcasts, Pod Save America, all those types. So I think it's both. There's the confidence there, but there's also this infrastructure behind it for them to get their message out.
Well, I mean, Harry, when you look at that and it comes to what this is actually looking like in this divide, how big is it? I mean, it kind of seems to be something that Democrats here are really wrapping their heads around and trying to say, okay, let's see what we're going.
Does Donny no longer like you? You said moments ago everyone at the table hates you. Oh my God, dude. Of course I didn't mean Donny. Okay. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking little babies. I
to
swear
do
to
and
God.
what this means for what we should be doing right now.
I mean, look, the bottom line is this. This is the Democratic Socialist movement. I would never have believed that 2 years ago. Maybe a year ago, Zoran Mamdani, I started
Holy
to believe
Toledo.
it. But this is a nationwide phenomenon. This is not something just in the coast. It's not just something in the major cities. We saw it in Colorado, right, earlier this month, or certainly last month, and we've seen it as well nationally. You can see in our CNN poll. I mean, just look at the percentage of Democratic voters nationwide who identify as Democratic Socialists. It's 41%. That is 41% of Democrats nationwide, Democratic voters nationwide. This is a nationwide poll. Now, I should point out, right, what holds for Democrats doesn't necessarily hold for overall. Just 16% of voters nationwide identify as Democratic Socialists. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens when they hit the general election, especially in swing states like Wisconsin. But the bottom line is this. Among Democrats, this is the Democratic Socialist movement. We're talking about 2 in 5 Democratic voters nationwide identifying as that. And more than that, the ones that don't, many of them are still okay with voting for a Democratic Socialist.
Well, I mean, when we see the popularity, obviously, we see the positions and what those look like. And some of them have, more extreme positions. They want to abolish ICE entirely, Donnie. And so when you look at those positions that moderate Democrats raise concerns about hurting them in the fall, when you talk...
Holy Toledo fucking loves what's happening. Dude tries so hard to control himself. No, it's because he just loves numbers, dude. That's what it is. He's the real numbers guy. It's not Patrick Bet David. It's Mr. Holy Toledo. Anytime he sees another poll that's like, anytime he sees a poll where like the DSA is surging in numbers, he's like, oh my God, these are new numbers that I've never seen before. That's the only reason why he's excited. It's not like he's like ideologically a socialist or anything. He just ideologically a numbers guy.
To some of the biggest progressive podcasters, streamers. One of them is Hasan Piker that I know have interviewed for the documentary on Sunday night. When you talk to them and the concerns that you hear from the more mainstream Democrats, what do they tell you?
They're largely unapologetic. I think that they view themselves as sort of being in this position of having the upper hand right now. I've heard people sort of compare this to the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment in terms of an insurgent group trying to remake the party in its image. But really, I think what you're seeing is, and as Harry alluded to, is that, this idea that democratic socialism, particularly the word socialism, is scary. It is still scary to a lot of Americans. There's the connection, people equated with communism, back to McCarthyism, everything else. Of course, what we're seeing is many young people view democratic socialism as Norway and many European countries. They're not thinking of Soviet Russia or something like that. But of course, the key question is going to be, how will all that actually play out in a general election, which of course is why Michigan is so critical on Tuesday.
Yeah, and obviously we're looking to that on Tuesday. When you're looking at this and whether or not these candidates can win, Harry, what do the numbers show you so far?
We're talking about Wisconsin, right? We're talking about Wisconsin. Hong, very much the clear, in the driver's seat, that primary, not on Tuesday, but just a few weeks away. Look at the general election polling. She can win. She can do this thing. At this particular point, given how unpopular Donald Trump is, I think anyone that has any semblance of any sort of campaign that, doesn't completely turn off voters can win. You see it right there among likely voters. Now, maybe if she was more towards the center, she'd be blowing Tiffany out. But the fact is, in a year in which Donald Trump's approval rating nationwide in our latest CNN poll was, 34%, just 1 in 3? And we're talking about 2 in 3 Americans who disapprove? Oh, I think that you could definitely see a lot of Democratic Socialists, even in swing states, winning, given how unpopular this president is.
I feel like given that, and given what we're going to be watching in Michigan on Tuesday night, that, Donnie, your documentary on Sunday night that's airing here on CNN, it really is required viewing for people to kind of get a sense and understand what this movement looks like and, how long it's been building.
Okay.
It's not an overnight thing, and what your biggest takeaways have been.
That is so kind of you to say, Caitlin. I agree.
She said it's required viewing. Harry Emden laughing, smiling from ear to ear because he knows new numbers will come out. Okay? Not because he's a loyalist, not because he's a socialist, none of that. Just he knows that is going to yield even newer numbers he's never seen before. Okay?
It is absolutely required viewing. And you know, we've as you mentioned, we've been traveling the country all throughout the year doing this. I want to play a clip from the No Kings protest here in Manhattan from a few months ago, where we spoke to Cynthia Nixon. You might remember her as Miranda on Sex and the City. She ran as a Democratic Socialist candidate back in 2018, and she just talks about just how much things have changed over the past few years.
I think the Democratic Party, because of its donor base, keeps trying to push its base towards the center, and nobody wants to be in the center right now.
I've always identified as a Miranda.
Well, thank you.
What has, do you think, changed within the Democratic Party since you ran for governor?
I think not enough has changed within...
Is Caitlin low-key a Marxist? You guys are insane, dude. You're actually insane. No, she's not. What the fuck are you talking about?
The Democratic Party. And I think the Democratic Party is a slow, lumbering giant, very slow to wake up.
No Kings! No Kings! No Cuomo! No Cuomo! No ICE! No ICE!
The election of Zoran Mamdani. It's a Democratic Socialist, which is a dirty word for a lot of people. We've got...
Yeah, remember that? Wow, Zoran, he smiles so much. He's so nice. Why can't anybody else be like him? Is so funny because they just completely wiped out how vicious Zoran could be at times. Necessary, by the way, during both his primary and also in the general for the mayoral race. Like, people just completely forgot how Zoran was and how he got and what kind of attacks he received as well. But like, it is really funny where they're like, well, look at Zoran. He's like, he's playing ball with the rest of the Democrats. Why can't you guys be like Zoran? It's like, trust me, I don't even think Abdul has done half of what Zoran did during the fucking primaries in his primary. Okay. People totally forgot how aggressive he was, which was totally valid. It was totally valid.
More and more people like him running across the country.
New York City.
And you can see more of Donnie's new documentary, The Left Insurgency, for the whole story with Anderson Cooper this Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
You want Zoran Prime? Let's see.
To
what
Mr.
he was
Cuomo,
like.
I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records. And I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it. To Mr. Cuomo.
The beauty of that last line, the name is Mamdani, spell it out, you should learn how to say it, is that the line doesn't actually end there. Okay? The line actually is, you should learn how to say it because I'm going to be your next mayor. But he doesn't have to say that last part. That's the trick. That's the beauty of that bar. Okay? It's perfect. Now, people just kind of forgot about how my man was running, how my man was moving, especially in the primaries. He says, because it's important, I know, but what he is signaling is because I'm going to be your next mayor. He doesn't say that. It was a missed op. He said, we got to get it right. No, I'm not even going to get into this, guys. Okay, whatever. Sure, you're right. I'm wrong. Okay? Why did they cut it like that, you think? Why did they cut it like that? What is the implication? Okay, Mr. Rap Genius. I'm not the rap genius. He is. Okay? No longer your man since he denounced you? Yes, he hates me now, and I hate him. This is a very real thing that schizos on the internet have not designed in their minds. He even said in an interview that he wanted to say that. He literally said in an interview that that's what he wanted to say, but decided to pivot. Does that mean he hates us? Yes. Zohar Mamdani hates me and all of you. I'm out for Zoran and Hasan, so you can say I'm playing both sides. Yes. Mr. Piker, why are you a Democratic robot puppeteer by a small man named Morris Katz as part of the Fight Club? Yeah. That's my favorite schizo. The schizos have been out on the timeline. I don't even want to give them any attention, but I can't help myself. I can't stop myself ever. But I saw they were loving the Norm Finkelstein interview because they were like, Norm Finkelstein destroys Hasan with, maximum anti-Israel takes that Hasan clearly is too afraid to recognize and admit. His chat, well, literally chat is like spamming base. He's like, his liberal chat is freaking the fuck out. They all killed themselves after this interview. No one can ever oppose me in a normal way. They have to get schizo with it every time, dude. Whether it be the right or the right-wing liberals. I have a CCP handler that's like puppeteering me. I have Morris Katz puppeteering me for Fight Club, Fight Agency. It's never what it actually is. Don't link me this dumb shit, please, socialist Adri. Please. I don't even want to fucking dignify that dumb schizo shit. All right. Politico. Hassan Piker will be in Michigan over the weekend through primary day to build a ground operation to convert viewers into real world voter turnout. Bring me the seats of these dinos and these Pinos and Dinos. I love this. The Viltrumites rise up. Don't break the first rule. Yeah, that's why I can't say it, because Morris Katz is puppeteering me. I can't. The first rule of Fight Club is to never talk about having a CCP handler who also... I have a CCP handler and a Fight Club handler who's working for the DNC and is actually very pro-Israel secretly. I think I might literally be the only person who is simultaneously the biggest Zionist and also backed by the IRGC, simultaneously is anti-Asian, but also backed by the CCP. I'm all of it. There is it's full spectrum. It's full spectrum. If you're like, if you are a Maoist third worldist, you're like Hasan, you are insufficiently in support of Mao Zedong. If you are a, Republican, Hasan, you are a loyal servant of Mao Zedong. You are a Maoist third worldist. I'm everything, all the time. In many respects, I'm the perfect centrist. Okay? I'm all of it. Anyway, where was I? Okay, so let's get to another incredible sequence of interviews. Okay? Prophecy came true in less than 8 months. Oh, it was never about nukes and always about turning Iran into a failed state that will be led by a U.S.-Israel puppet. Once again, the region is completely in service of our interests. We can move towards China. U.S. intervention beyond what we've done so far seems like an inevitability. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what's going on. I'm really surprised you didn't ask Norm about the conversation with Sex Pestany. It's irrelevant. Utterly immaterial. Meaning, by the way, speaking of which, breaking, the United States and Israel are planning to bombard energy-related targets in Iran, sources tell CBS News. Here is why I don't think this is real. You want to know why I don't think this is real? You want to know why I think this is fake? I mean, hopefully I'm not wrong, okay? So there were three plans that I think were presented to Donald Trump. Either the first plan, situation monitoring is happening right now, by the way, for those of you who are listening to the situation monitors, it's time. Wee woo, situation monitor o'clock. Okay, let me explain something to you. There is speculation that there were three different plans that were presented to Donald Trump. One was continue bombing targets in a tit for tat, escalation ladder tactic that we have utilized thus far, which is, yielded no military results. Guys, I can hear what you guys are saying. And also guys, I can hear everything you guys are saying. Yeah, and they can hear you as well. Probably. Okay. Sorry. Number one. Tit for tat bombing campaign. Iran maintains primacy over the Strait of Hormuz. Then the United States of America goes back and strikes, southern targets, all this stuff. What we've done for the last 160 days in this back and forth that has been an abject failure as far as achieving any of the military goals that the United States of America wants to achieve. Okay? The second option is going through the process of trying to establish a military foothold in the coastal area of Iran and potentially the island chains that are like approximately 20 to 30 kilometers off of the coastline of Iran. Keshem Island, Karg Island. There are numerous different islands that the United States of America believes it could potentially hold with boots on the ground military warfare, okay? With a full-blown invasion. Now, that's less likely because this would require a tremendous amount of American casualties. And Trump, so far, is not invested in the American casualties. He doesn't want to do this big military conquest. But who knows? As the situation worsens for him, he could get more erratic because he's an insane person. Okay? The third option is even funnier, and that's the one that they're presenting right now on CBS News as the likely scenario. U.S. and Israel are preparing to bombard energy-related targets in Iran, sources say. Now, there's a reason why this is unlikely, but who knows? Maybe they'll do it. Two reasons. Number one, if they bomb energy-related targets in Iran, Iran will retaliate by bombing energy targets in the Gulf and will destroy the global energy supply for a decade and onward, okay, for a decade to come. Because as it stands currently, this is basically the energy nuclear option, right? Iran has not deployed this. Iran has not attacked all of the energy infrastructure in the Gulf because that would destroy the global markets permanently, okay? It would destroy it in an irreparable manner that even Trump could not manipulate his way around, okay? This would have this would create tremendous volatility in the stock markets. This is not something that Donald Trump wants to do. That's the number one reason why they haven't done this. The number two reason why they haven't done this so far is even funnier. It's because we don't have the missiles. We literally do not have enough standoff munitions, and we haven't been able to establish air superiority, given that even with the manpads that Iran has, they've been able to establish sufficient anti-air defenses. That is part of the reason why we've been deploying our standoff munitions rather than deploying these unguided gravity bombs and JDAMs over Iranian airspace, which requires F-35s and other fighter jets to fly over the Iranian airspace. They've rejected these options over and over again, even though these are the only options that remain on the table, right? Tit for tat with the standoff munitions, number one, which is what we've been doing, which has been an abject failure. This is why they're looking for number two and number three now. Number two being a boots on the ground invasion of the coastal area of Iran and potentially the invasion of the islands. But even if you invade, there is going to be tremendous amounts of casualties on the American side. This is far too costly for the Americans to lean into. At least for the time being, Trump has shown no appetite to do this, right? And number 3 being the destruction of the entire energy infrastructure in Iran, the refineries and the like. Now, the third option is also, once again, unlikely. And the reason why it's unlikely is because we do not have enough standoff munitions to destroy the entirety of the Iranian power plants, to destroy the entirety of Iran's critical energy infrastructure. This is before we even factor in the reality that Iran will retaliate by blowing up the entire Gulf's critical energy infrastructure. So we don't even have the missiles. We don't even have the offensive capabilities to continue deploying sufficient munitions from afar to destroy the entirety of Iran's critical energy infrastructure. Think about that. So what are we to do? What can we do here? Are we just going to go beast mode? Have we developed a secret fighter jet that no one knew about that is capable of flying over the Iranian airspace without Iranian anti-air defenses targeting them and taking them out? Is there a way to do it? Are they going to try to overwhelm the Iranian airspace with an incredible amount of force by just sending in as many fighter jets as possible and sacrificing some of these $40 million, $50 million, $100 million assets, including but not limited to the American pilots or even the Israeli pilots, which is even less likely because Israel obviously is notoriously careful about not putting any of their pilots in the line of fire. Because that's seemingly the only other alternative. Both the boots on the ground military invasion option and the aerial assault option requires America to be comfortable with a significant number of casualties, a significant number of pilots dying in the process. Because I'm going to repeat this one more time, according to the CSIS studies, according to the CSIS papers, America does not have sufficient munitions, sufficient standoff munitions to strike all of the Iranian plants from afar. That is where we're at. And this is a ZBS leak. So I suspect it's still Trump trying to engage in his own version of madman theory, madman diplomacy. CBS says the United States and Israel are planning what would be one of the harshest bombing campaigns to date against energy infrastructure targets in Iran, multiple sources told to CBS News, with strikes possible throughout the weekend. There was some discussion about trying to conclude by time financial markets open Monday because of the concern about how the bombings will affect the U.S. and global economy, but an endpoint wasn't locked in. I told you guys this early this week. This has been the exact same strategy over and over again. The definition of insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. We are insane. We are insane. Every time the markets close, Donald Trump comes in and screams bloody murder. We are going to nuke Iran, he says. By the time markets are opening on Sunday night, he says Iran is begging for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, there's been reports coming from Reuters, which China has denied, of course, but who knows, that Iran is expected to receive up to 400 Chinese manpads, with the first deliveries arriving within weeks, multiple sources told the Reuters. The deal includes Chinese-made QW-12 and FN-16 surface-to-air missiles supplied through a Hong Kong-based intermediary. The contract covers the purchase of between 300 and 400 manpads, man-portable air defense systems, including Chinese-made QW-12 and FN-16 missiles, the sources said. China's foreign ministry said the relevant reports are completely groundless. China has consistently played a role in promoting peace and ending the conflict. Beijing-based Zhongqing Baoshang Group, the parent company of Zhongqing Baoshang International Investment, did not immediately respond to an email request for comment on Tuesday. China pulling a Lend-Lease America-style arrangement here, as America once did for the USSR, is not shocking, I guess. I don't know. Very interesting predicament. China cuts deal with the Houthis, adjusts for long U.S. war with Iran. China is cutting its own deals and gaining wartime leverage as the Trump administration scrambles to contain the war and reopen Hormuz. China also has another weapon here. Okay? Not only does China have a tremendous amount of resources that they could send to Iran, okay, in order for Iran to defend itself sufficiently in this war of aggression that started through perfidy, okay? Not only can they do that, but China also has numerous tools in the tool belt. China has numerous cards that they have not played. China has spent the last 160 days stabilizing the energy markets by destroying their own demand or destroying their own imports by more than half. They've cut their imports by more than half, leaning into their strategic petroleum reserves, which no one in the world knows how big they are, for the record. That is leverage for China. China could turn around and tweak the dial again. China could then increase demand one more time. China could turn around and start increasing their imports. Their imports of oil. All of a sudden, the Asian market would collapse. China also obviously has strategic export controls that it could deploy. If you recall last year in the Day of Liberty, the tariffs regime that Donald Trump tried to implement against China and against China's trade partners to try to decouple the rest of the world from China. In one of the instances where the American side went back on their previous negotiations, China turned around and said, okay, we're implementing strategic export controls for rare earth minerals and specifically magnets. These are necessary components and necessary resources for national defense. Remember how we earlier talked about how America is running out of munitions? Not only is our procurement strategy unbelievably slow and unbelievably costly due to defense bloat, without Chinese magnets, without Chinese rare earth minerals, which China has a damn near monopoly on, we cannot make a single missile. That is the trade nuclear option. So if China deployed that, it would be over. So what are we talking about? This is before we even get into China. This is before we acknowledge that China has a lot more cards that they could deploy. Here is Jennifer Jacobs of ZBS News. During his Tuesday Oval Office meeting with Netanyahu, Israeli officials were struck by Mr. Trump's serious and very clinical approach to the Iran war. Netanyahu counseled the president on 3 options for the war: an enforceable deal focused on removal of the nuclear material, a blockade with added economic pressure, military strikes focused on attacking land routes used for transporting supplies. Now, what's really interesting about this is none of this is relevant. As we covered last week, Iran has decided, or as we covered a couple days ago, as a matter of fact, when I had a conversation with Trita Parsi of the Quincy Institute, Iran has now decided to take a new posture where they want to now maintain control over the pacing of the current battle. Iran struck first at U.S. military installations in Jordan without being struck by the American side first. This is what's causing panic in Washington, D.C., because this is new. For the longest time, even throughout the Operation Epic Fury, Iran has always taken a defensive posture, only striking back at the Gulf or striking back against American targets whenever America hit Iran first. The only time Iran established any kind of deterrence, any kind of military deterrence is to reassert its primacy over the Strait of Hormuz, oftentimes against commercial vessels that are trying to transit the Strait of Hormuz at direct odds with the Memorandum of Understanding through the Omani coastline. This is the only time Iran strikes first, right? Never towards American military installations, never towards the Gulf. They only strike towards the Gulf and at American military installations after America responds. So Iran controls the pacing of the battle now. Or at the very least, Iran is saying that they want to control the pacing of the battle now. That's very different than the posture that Iran has represented thus far. So Donald Trump taking a serious approach to the Iran war by implementing a blockade or this or that is utterly immaterial. It's utterly irrelevant. What is relevant here is how we arrive at the negotiations table, how we get Iran to believe that we will hold our word once again. There is tremendous leverage favoring the Iranian side here. There is no leverage whatsoever favoring the American side. And the Israeli side doesn't really need leverage because they're fucking insane. The Israeli side just wants death and destruction, a failed state in Iran. The Israeli side would nuke Iran if there were no setbacks from deploying the nuclear weapons. If this did not destroy the pre-existing nuclear deterrence. And as days go by, Iran's leverage grows. As days go by, market volatility increases. As days go by, the strategic petroleum reserves deplete. And as market volatility increases, Iran gains even more leverage. So this information strikes me as odd. U.S. and Israel preparing to bombard energy-related markets in Iran, sources say. Or rather, not that it strikes me as odd, it's just an unbelievable disaster if they implement this scenario, even if they don't have the necessary resources to implement this scenario without tremendous cost. Either we just destroy what remains of our standoff munitions and never really achieve our military goals here, because as I've repeatedly explained to you over and over again, we simply do not have enough missiles. We simply do not have enough standoff munitions to strike all of Iran's critical energy infrastructure. And then on top of that, Iran can turn around and blow up the entire Gulf's energy refineries, which would destroy the global markets permanently in a way that Donald Trump can no longer manipulate his way out of. Or we try to deploy our standoff munitions and then we send as many fighter jets over the Iranian airspace as possible and try to overwhelm their anti-air defense systems. But this time, instead of overwhelming their anti-air defense systems with ballistic munitions, we will be overwhelming their anti-air defense systems with Air Force pilots. We will be sacrificing American fighter pilots and potentially upwards of $1 billion worth of very complex machinery, very expensive machinery with proprietary technology over the Iranian airspace. We'll be throwing bodies into the pile, Russian meat grinder style. It makes no sense. Perhaps a better analogy is not Russian meat grinder style, but Imperial Japanese kamikaze style. So I don't see any realistic military scenario. And I know if I can't see one, the American generals also see that same reality. No American general, regardless of how loyal they are to Donald Trump, is going to put their name on a mission like this, especially considering that there is no guarantee of success at the end of this, and only a guarantee of failure. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. But we are fucking insane. So who knows? As I've said before, even deploying nuclear arms does not guarantee Iran standing down. It doesn't guarantee Iran refusing to strike back or destroying Iran's capabilities to strike back. So if that's the case, even the highest point of the escalation ladder would end up with a military failure. And yes, of course, this is the classic retort. After this war is over, I don't think the Straits are going to be that powerful of a leverage because people will move the energy pipelines out of the Straits to the Red Sea, from there to Israel and the Mediterranean. We can unblock this choke point, and we will. Failing to consider, and this is the classic line that you hear from the analysts, the classic line that you hear from the Foundation for Defending Democracy, from Israel. This is something Israel has wanted to do for a very long time, our over-reliance on the Strait of Hormuz. This choke point that is dangerous, which it wasn't really dangerous until Trump decided to implement Operation Epic Fury. But here's the issue. All this can be resolved if we simply design an alternative way to transport oil that's also within the range of Iranian standoff weaponry. Chris Cappy was also fantasizing about something similar. This is classic, okay? This is classic couch guy, Monday morning quarterbacking. People have floated this idea over and over again. Everybody loves floating this idea. But they fail to recognize, one, the infrastructure necessary to develop this would take far too much time, and no one would be able to develop it because the world would collapse before we got there if the Strait of Hormuz is blocked for years while they're trying to develop these pipelines. And two, even if these pipelines were to be developed in a short enough time, right? Let's say they magically were able to cut the development process timeline in half, and instead of 8 years, they did it in 4 years. These pipelines are still within range of Iranian standoff munitions. So what do? It's not like pipelines are an effective counter to Iranian ballistic munitions. Nord Stream 2 showed that if there's a will, there's a way to blow up fucking pipelines. Okay? And them bitches were underwater, deep underwater. Not only are pipelines not capable of pushing the same volume as oil tankers are, there's a reason why we use oil tankers rather than fucking pipelines for a lot of this stuff. Okay? You can't push the same volume. And worst of all, the pipelines are just sitting there. They don't move, which means they're far more susceptible to sabotage. They're far more susceptible to a barrage of missiles from Iranian standoff munitions. So even then, you don't solve the problem. So here was what my response was to Chris Cappy, who says something like this. Says something along these lines. He also had this exact same take. He said, the war in Iran is a strategic disaster. At least he recognizes that. Tactical successes aside, Chris Copey, I'd like to see the Islamic Republic replaced, but it's not happening without boots on the ground, which would be a terrible move. At least he recognizes that. Whether it was right to launch the war or not aside, again, can't even fucking admit that it was a spectacular failure. Everything aside, the current situation is a huge disaster. Recognizes that it's a disaster, so that's good at least. The military is looking at moving bases west to Israel. Iran will control Hormuz and rebuild its missiles. They have every reason to accelerate nuclear weapons development. True. Bombing 200 more targets will change none of this. Also true. We have more than two options. It's not just invade or give up, but the other options suck too. We're likely going to concede Iran control over the Hormuz and build pipelines around through Iraq and Syria to circumvent it and reduce Iran's leverage. But Iran's proxies, the PMF in Iraq, can just attack those oil pipelines. My guess, we do a big bombing or a limited SF raid on an island and then leave the region, calling it a victory while we build the pipelines. I said pipelines are even more vulnerable to drone strikes. The only way out of this is through diplomacy. We lost. It's not the worst reality. We have to restrain ourselves. No more endless belligerence at the direction of Israel. We being the IRGC that supported all your favorite Islamic terror groups, the one that kills tens of thousands for protesting, that's not the same we. You're on your own. Who's we? Brother, you're not on the fucking team, Lamau. I'm an American taxpayer, and I pay a lot more taxes than you do, dumb fuck on Twitter with a Ukrainian flag and an American flag on your descriptor. Here's the other, I guess, alternative issue that the Americans are throwing in. Officials now believe the IRGC is firmly in control of Iran's decision-making. Yes, leaving political figures in the U.S. Leaving political figures the U.S. has been talking with as figureheads. Complicating matters are internal dynamics of the IRGC itself, where a handful of senior commanders are all jockeying for control. That is a leading reason why U.S. officials and regional partners fear the conflict is likely to drag on. The problem for the American side is that the IRGC is in control, and the IRGC, unlike the previous leadership that they fucking assassinated, understand that strategic restraint has only delivered negative consequences. Strategic restraint has only hurt Iran because Americans and the Israelis are stupid. The Americans and the Israelis are dumb enough to believe that strategic restraint was actually because Iran simply did not have the capability of retaliation. The IRGC proved that it has the capability of retaliation. Now, the disagreements that exist within the IRGC, we don't obviously know what those disagreements are, but the speculation from people far smarter than the American side is the disagreements are ultimately marginal. The hardliners are in control. The ones who want to fight back are very clearly in control. It's just how much they want to fight back. There's one school of thought that is more pragmatic. They're still hardliners. They still want to fight back. They understand the necessity to fight back, but they're still saying we need to use the leverage that we've developed through military strength to inevitably teach America a lesson and to, get them out of the region. The other group is saying we have to fight until Americans no longer exist in the region. And same with the Israelis, until they are no longer a real threat. The problem for the hardliners that want to fight until it's an inevitability that everybody understands that America and Israel can no longer exist in the region is that they don't have the munitions to be able to keep up that battle. Okay? Now, in between the situation monitoring, we are going to get to a phone bank that I'm going to be launching for Donovan McKinney. Okay? We have a phone bank for Donovan McKinney. There's a donation link. The reason why we're doing the phone bank and the donations is because Donovan is he's doing pretty good. Okay? He's doing great. Having said that, his race is unfortunately a lot closer as far as we understand than the Abdul al-Sayed race. What is a phone bank? Okay, good question. We've done it before. Hopefully the Zoom application works because there's always issues with that. So we shall see. Feels to me like the microphone Okay, the microphone is working. Start virtual camera. Okay, that's working too. Okay, that's good. Yeah, all right. I'm in the... All right. Okay. So, chatters, Donovan McKinney is the candidate that I've had on this broadcast before when I went to Denver to do a rally that was canceled with Melon Quiros. You guys might remember him. He's running in Michigan 13, Michigan's 13th congressional district. His website is donovanforcongress.com.
So, okay. What breakout rooms do we think we need? Should we just do...
Okay. Wait, can you guys hear me?
We can see you. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm just letting you guys know you're live on the broadcast. Do you want me to mute you and stuff?
It's probably fine. Or mute us. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
We're doing tech.
I want to mute us.
Okay, just send me a note. Hi, send me a note when you guys are done talking and you want me to talk, because you just want me to do you just want me to fire up the troops, right? Like we've done before.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Fire up the troops. We'll be ready in like 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm muting you now. And muting myself. Okay. Hot mic? No, it's not a hot mic. All right. Anyway, as I was saying. So Donovan McKinney has a bunch of great endorsements. Senator Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, former Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, former Congressman Andy Levin, Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist, Wayne County Executive Warren Evans, SEIU Michigan, Working Families Party, Justice Democrats Michigan, AFL-CIO, Sunrise Movement, Our Revolution, and UAW. Okay? Election day is obviously August 4th, as you guys know, from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and the early voting period is between July 25th and August 2nd. Michigan 13th Congressional District is a United States Congressional District in Wayne County, Michigan. It's currently being represented by the incumbent Shri Thanadar. Shri Thanadar is known as having probably the worst hairpiece in all of the House of Representatives. Okay? The district includes portions of Detroit and some of its suburbs, and from 2013 to 2023 was the only congressional district in Michigan to be contained within a single county. District boundaries were redrawn in 1993, 2003, 2013, and 2023 due to the reapportionment of the following respective census. Okay? Shri Thanadar is a controversial figure. This is also a black district as well, and yet Donovan McKinney is black. Shri Thanadar is not, and the Congressional Black Caucus PAC, which is very pro-Israel, of course, has endorsed Shri Thanadar, and yet some of the senior representatives within the CBC. Wait, what is this? They're have endorsed Donovan McKinney, splitting with Hakeem Jeffries and numerous others. One of the biggest issues for the region is obviously economic security, living wages, and union jobs. Okay? Donovan McKinney, as a legislator, has in Michigan, with a Democratic trifecta, Donovan and his colleagues were able to raise the minimum wage, reverse right to work, and pass a prevailing wage. As a state legislator, Donovan partners with labor to expand workforce development and protect collective bargaining rights. Donovan is also endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? Spoke about this extensively. Donovan is another one of our candidates that is running on the insurgent left ticket. A candidate that places the interests of the working class over the interests of corporate donations. Shri Thanadar, on the other hand, is profoundly wealthy and has been using his own personal wealth, is also very pro-Israel. Miss Rachel also recently endorsed Donovan, Will Lawrence, and Abdul as well. Okay? He's in favor of healthcare and housing for all. I'm going to be doing, Donovan is my cousin. I love him so much. Such a cool guy. Yeah, he's great. I'm going to be doing an interview with Donovan McKinney tomorrow. But before we do that, I wanted to fire the troops off and do this phone bank. Okay? Now, why are we doing this phone bank? Because this race is close. It's far closer than it should be. Okay? And another reason why we're doing this phone bank is because this is how we can make a major impact. It's the greatest bang for your buck. And we've shown this already. We've proven that this is an opportunity for this community to make a tremendous amount of impact. With the Daria Liza Avila Chevalier's campaign, we had 600 phone bankers from this community in the DAC campaign that was running against the incumbent Adriana Espaillat in a very close race. And those 600 phone bankers actually made up the difference that DAC won. This was 2 nights prior to the actual election. Here is DAC's campaign recognizing your impact on the night of her election victory.
First of all, I'm Christian. I'm on the NBC DSN.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
That stream, so when we did that phone bank last night, yeah, we were kind of like, maybe we get lucky, maybe not.
No, we pumped
600 fucking people.
90,000 calls.
If Darwin wins this race, that bang.
You hear that, Chad?
That bang.
I fucking told you.
Y'all did this. We did this.
Yes.
Everybody did this.
How he responded to
I
some
told
of the toxic rhetoric Epstein and his staff faced over the past couple of days.
So first of all, I'm Christian. I'm on the NBC DSN.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
That stream, so when we did that phone bank last night,
yeah,
we were kind of like, maybe we get lucky, maybe not.
No, we pumped
600 fucking people.
600 people. Do we get to talk to girls? Girls and boys, yes. 600 people made 90,000 calls on the first night. And then hundreds of thousands of calls throughout the next 2 days. And there were 2,000 yeses that they got out of that, which happened to be her margin of victory. Okay? So, if you're feeling discouraged, if you get frustrated when you see the likes of Neera Tanden and all of these establishment Democrats consistently undermine us, consistently talk about how we don't know how to win, we don't know how to organize. If you're feeling a little worried about Donovan McKinney's chances, this is your opportunity to make an impact. Okay? This is your opportunity to make a difference. There's no age restriction here. As far as I know, there's no geographic restrictions either. I think you can call in and, and be that difference anywhere around the world. But this is our opportunity. When are you going to start wearing Vice City suits like Norm yesterday? Oh my God, Norm was throwing looks, man. Norm looked great. All right, when am I going in? What's happening here? Norm suit mogged you? Yeah. Please restrict that one chatter from talking to girls. Yeah, Norm came in with the Yeezys. I was like, damn, you got Yeezys on. He's like, they're fake. I got them for $20. We're good to unmute on Zoom, by the way. Okay. Oh.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining this phone call. And I'm really excited to be here in Michigan because this is a very important race. As you know, we had a great victory in New Jersey just in June, but I can't do this alone. In Congress, I need members that
I can't hear what happened. We lost them.
that our mission does like Donovan because they're afraid. They're afraid that he could win. But I need people that are going to be fighting for the issues that I care about, and he needs people as well. So I want to make sure that he's able to get the money out of the politics. I want to make sure that he gets Medicare for all passed, and I want to make sure that he gets universal health care and childcare, and he's going to fight for the same issues that I care about as well. And they could try to pour in money and make sure that they run ads to scare people away. And what they don't have are people like you. And it's so important, these phone calls that you're going to make, because you're having, you know, contact with actual human beings and conversations, and you're going to tell them about the issues that they're being distracted about. So thank you very much for joining. This is critical now. We got 4 days left for the election. So the calls that you make today can really make a difference. And again, this is a team effort, and thank you for being part of this team.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamawi. Really appreciate those words and your being here. And next up, I want to pass it to our friend who is live right now, Hasan Piker.
Hello. Hopefully you guys can hear me well. It says it's a low network bandwidth. I'm coming to you live from Detroit, Michigan. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and Ebbies. We're live with approximately 30,000 people watching right now. And I just want to say it's a great honor to join the battle once again and smile and dial. We've seen a tremendous amount of impact out here. Your voices matter, okay? This race, much like many of the other races that we've been a part of, is a race where a leftist, DSA-aligned or DSA-endorsed candidate, in Donovan's case, DSA-endorsed candidate, is going up against another corporate Democrat, another do-nothing Democrat. And lucky for us, we've seen a tremendous sequence of victories thus far. And I'm hoping that we're going to put another notch on our belt. As Adam Hamawi also correctly pointed to, we need as many numbers as we can. Numbers amongst those who place your interests, to place the interests of the working class over the interests of corporations. Shri Tanadar is unbelievably wealthy and has consistently voted alongside his class interests, which happens to be antagonistic to your interests. So if you want a real fighter and you're worried about the prospects of Donovan, you got to smile and dial. You got to make an impact, because one of the things that we've seen in all of these races is the barrage of attack ads. It is our opportunity in these sorts of phone banks to turn those attack ads into name recognition. I've talked to voters all around the country, and the one thing that they consistently tell me is when they see all of these negative ads, it doesn't end up working in the favor of the person or the campaign that's running them. It actually annoys people to constantly hear about how bad a particular candidate is. But that's name recognition. So it's pertinent and it's important for us to take that name recognition and to show the truth, to say the truth to the voters of Detroit, to the voters of Wayne County, and to tell them that Donovan McKinney will be that fighter, because this is a very poor district at the end of the day. This is one of those districts that's been left behind by these do-nothing Democrats, by these corporate Democrats. This is a district that requires a real fighter like Donovan McKinney. And while the establishment Democrats' forces have decided to gather around Sri Thanadar, as AIPAC has allegedly reimbursed Shri's campaign when Shri's campaign has decided to make strange decisions around cryptocurrency to reimburse those losses. Those losses come at a cost, and the cost is to you. If you feel frustrated when you hear from the likes of do-nothing Democrats consistently voting to place a foreign country like Israel's interest over your interest, if you're frustrated with the reality that Democrats end up spending our productive output and our tax dollars to go blow up schools overseas rather than fix the schools in your neighborhoods, then you need a real fighter like Donovan McKinney. So that's why I'm here. We've seen tremendous impact in these phone banks in the past. I briefly talked about it before I got on here on my stream about the Daria Liza Avila Chevalier campaign. She was running up against the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, an establishment Democrat by the name of Adriana Espaillat. A lot of people left that race out. A lot of people were not focusing on that race. But we knew that we could make an impact, and we did. 600 people called in to the district, and overnight, we were able to make the distance. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier won by approximately 2,000 plus votes. We were able to get 2,000 confirmed voters for DAC on those phone bank operations. So remember, if you're feeling discouraged, if you feel like there's no positive outcome here, this is your opportunity to make that difference. This will make the victory ever sweeter. So thank you. Thank you for having me on. I'm very excited to participate in this. And I don't know who the next guest is. So
can you push chat to join the phone bank? Because we're at 68 people in here right now, and I bet we can get that up to 600 real quick.
No, absolutely. And I don't know why the mods haven't been spamming the link. I asked my team to push for the link as well. 68
It's tinyurl.com. tinyurl.com/Hasan calls.
Yeah.
tinyurl.com/Hasan calls.
Yeah, don't know why we didn't have that already being spammed this entire time. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing for for our end. It's embarrassing that our chatters have not joined the phone bank operation. Only 68. That's disastrous, chat. I need to get those numbers up. We need to get those numbers up.
We need you, chatters.
Tiny
and
URL,
while we wait for folks,
no, not URLs, tinyurl.com. tinyurl.com/Hasan calls. You're slacking.
And while we let folks join, it's starting to grow. Let's hear from our guy, State Representative Donovan McKinney.
Hey, everybody. Just appreciate you all for taking the time out and being here. Hasan, man, thank you so much for your support, for your voice, for your leadership. Right now, we are in the midst, in the thick of this fight. 4 days left. All we have is 4 days to make some noise, to make as many phone calls as possible, knock on as many doors as possible, raise as much money as possible to go against the grain of what's happening. We are fed up and tired. Each and every one of us are fed up and tired of the status quo politician that just read off the talking points, give us the platitudes and things we want to hear. But in reality, behind closed doors, sell us out every time. And I was on Hasan streaming before, and I talked about people in these positions of power and influence that lack courage. And courage to me doesn't necessarily mean the absence of being afraid. Courage to me means even when you're afraid, you still step up and do the right thing on behalf of the people you represent. And damn it, that's what the hell we're going to do every single day as we become the next congressman-elect in Michigan's mighty 13th district. I got to give a shout out to the congressman-elect, Adam, out of New Jersey. He's on the ground with us right now in Michigan as we go out here and not fight in Michigan's money word out. District. I got to give a when our message is out there, in Jersey, we have to get around with us right now in Michigan as we go out here. And so this is Chatters. We need y'all to do these phones, to knock as many doors as possible if you're in our state, but make these phone calls. Let them know that the way we change our society is through the vote, and we have to get the vote out. And we have to tell people, utilize your voice by utilizing your vote, because if you don't use it, you lose it. They're spending countless dollars against us right now, tens of millions of dollars. I just got confirmation that between Abdullah El-Sayed is running for the U.S. Senate here in Michigan and myself, just our 2 races alone is the most expensive primary in the history of our country. And so we want to show the rest of the world that this movement isn't just a coastal movement from New York, New Jersey to California, but this can happen in middle America. This can happen right here in the state of Michigan. We need everybody to stand up to show the rest of the country that our movement means business, and that it's time that we elect people that's going to work on our behalf and put working people first instead of sending resources and our taxpayer money abroad for war. And I got to give a shout out to Tupac, man. I say his quote all the time. They got money for war, but they don't have any money to feed the poor. What in the hell are we doing? The world we live in it's like the Twilight Zone right now. We're drinking water out of a fire hose, and we need everybody on this call to make sure that everybody knows that we're going to care for them and we're going to put working people first. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you all. Shout out to the chatters. Shout out, man. Come out. Let's make these phone calls. Let's get the word out, and let's win. 4 days to go, y'all. Let's do it.
All right, let's go. Thank you so much, Donovan. Really awesome. We are here in the final stretch. It's time to smile and dial. We have 122 people in the room right now, so we have doubled already. I bet we can grow
We got to get those numbers
more.
up. We got to get those
numbers up.
I need to see 200. I need to see 200, or the tank top stream is never happening, chat. Okay? Sorry. Promises made, promises not kept if you don't.
It's true. This is serious stuff. The stakes just got dramatically higher. But if you are currently in the Zoom and you are good to go, there are breakout rooms that I'm about to open. And so there are 5 breakout rooms. You can join any of the breakout rooms 1 through 5 to get trained. And just join one that has less people in it when you happen to join. If you run into tech issues, so your scale to win doesn't work, you're having issues on Zoom, you just get through the training and you're having issues and you need technical support, there is a special tech support room. So please, I'm going to open those rooms now, and if you are ready to go, hop into one of those rooms 1 through 5. And go ahead and get trained. If you are having trouble getting in a breakout room, just let us know in the chat and we will happily assign you to it. So you get a little prompt on your screen, and amazing trainers will be in there to help you get all trained up and get out there and dialing. I see multiple derbies in the chat already. So the stream is definitely working.
Anxiety, it's
so
like a game.
Go ahead, join those breakout rooms,
Even
get trained, let's start making some dials.
Like
Send that link to all your friends,
tinyurl.com/Hasan
calls. And let's make some calls. Thanks for being here.
If you have social anxiety and you're worried, remember, people are unbelievably polite. Wait, is there? Can I give some more feedback? Because I know there's some common things that people are afraid of.
The recording has stopped.
Okay, so one of the most common things, one of the most common refrains here is social anxiety. Obviously, a lot of Twitch watchers, a lot of Twitch streamers don't realize maybe they haven't done this before. Some of you have already participated in phone banks before, but it's basically like a quick time event. It gamifies the process of making these phone calls, and it makes it unbelievably easy. Very, very turnkey solution. Okay. So you have to remember that, because many of you will be like, oh, well, I'm a little worried. I have social anxiety. I don't want to talk to people on the phone. A lot of Zoomers hate talking on the phone. Okay. I'm not a Zoomer. I'm a millennial, and even I hate talking on the phone as well. This actually forces you to have these conversations on the phone with others in a very productive way. And once you get the hang of it after the first couple of phone calls, you will not believe how easy this process is. Most of the people are not even going to pick up the phone. You're going to leave a voicemail, okay? But there are going to be those who actually do pick up the phone. And the reality is those people are always incredibly polite and incredibly invested in what you have to say. When they hear someone like yourselves, when they hear younger people, what do I always say? a lot of the boomers that you call, when they have to hear from you, when they have to hear from a younger person, they get very excited. Okay, old people love talking on the phone, and they especially love talking on the phone to the youth, especially the youth that love doing their favorite hobby, which is voting, civic participation, and civic engagement. So it's a much easier process and a much better process than you think it will be. Okay? That's all I got to say.
Awesome. All right, folks, those breakout rooms are open. If you haven't yet joined the phone bank, join the phone bank. We're going to start making some calls, talking to some voters. It's a super close race, going to be single digits. Your call could be the difference. And, a lot of elections in this state get decided by a couple hundred votes. I think Congresswoman Tlaib won her election by like 600, 900 votes the first time. So you could be the difference in this race. So hop on the Zoom. If you're currently on the Zoom, join a breakout room, any of them 1 through 5 to get trained. If you're having trouble, just let us know in the chat and we can assign you a breakout room. I see folks hopping in and you'll get trained in there. If you have tech issues, in a special tech support room.
Also, Vincent, where can people join from? Is it geolocated? Are there restrictions? Can people join? Can American citizens join from wherever they may reside, for example?
Great question. There are no geographic restrictions whatsoever. You can join from anywhere you would like. This is one of the most accessible forms of volunteering because you can do it anywhere. You can do it from Antarctica if you want to. If you have a device that can make phone calls, you're good to go. The software makes it super easy. So wherever you are, you can make some calls for Donovan McKinney tonight. And it's a huge effort, and we appreciate everybody who's doing it. But no geographic restrictions. You don't have to be here in Michigan. You can call from anywhere.
Yeah, the thing is, it's also the most bang for your buck as far as the greatest ROI. I'm a numbers guy. Obviously, I love ROI. Okay, I love return on investment. I love commerce. I love doing international shipping, and I love numbers. And this is one of the greatest ways that you can get the most bang for your buck. It's even easier to do than door knocking, which is also obviously very reliable, very important, and very good. So I would say that this is one of the more important things that you guys can do specifically.
ROI. I'm a numbers guy. Obviously,
Okay. There's a lot of people who are unmuting themselves. Okay. All right. Back to you,
Make
Vincent.
some calls, folks. Hop in those breakout rooms. Millions of dollars in spending against Donovan from crypto, APAC. They can't beat your conversations with voters. That's the other thing, folks. There are millions of dollars being spent against Donovan McKinney, and none of it is as powerful as your conversation with a voter, debunking the lies and telling them the good word of Donovan McKinney and his incredible platform. So we need you out here countering APAC and crypto, and you have the power to do that tonight. So hop in the phone bank. Make some calls. I see folks are trickling into the breakout rooms.
What are we at?
Having any issues? We are at, let's see, how many people total? There are 178 people in the Zoom. I think we can do better than that.
We haven't gotten to 200. That's crazy. Okay, Tank Top Stream canceled, chat. You did it.
Total, there are 100 and really horrifying to hear my own voice.
Crazy. Okay.
I don't know how you do it.
Chat, you did it.
Okay, folks, numbers are ticking up. I see if you're currently in this Zoom and you're having issues getting into a breakout room, just let us know in the chat and we will assign you to a breakout room and something should pop up on your screen prompting you to join. Otherwise, you should be able to just select a room. Any room 1 to 5 will do. You'll get trained on how to make calls and we'll get you all set and ready to go. And for folks joining now, welcome.
American. You can join if you're not
Go
in
ahead
America.
and join any breakout
you
room. You can call from anywhere in the world, and we're thrilled to have you here. Join any room 1 through 5. If you're having issues getting into a breakout room, just let us know, and we'll assign you to a room. Okay, we're getting there. Welcome, folks. Welcome, new folks. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome, welcome.
How long
if
is
you
the
are just
session?
joining
It's as
now,
long
go
as you
ahead and
want it
join
to
any
be.
breakout room. We're thrilled to have you. Any room 1 through 5 will do, and that is where you will get trained. Super happy to have you here. If you are unable to get into a breakout room, if you're not seeing it for some reason, let us know in the chat, and we will get you in a room. The wonderful, incredible, charming, illustrious Casey is working hard on doing just that right now. We appreciate Casey so much. So please go ahead and join a room. If you're having technical issues of some form, feel free to join the tech support room where the incredible and illustrious Hannah will help you get your technical issues resolved. But welcome, welcome. If you are just joining now, go ahead and join any breakout room. Any room 1 through 5 will do. If you are having trouble joining a breakout room, please feel free to let us know in the chat, and we will get you assigned to a breakout room. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see the numbers increasing, chugging along here. We are about to hit 200 folks in this Zoom, folks. Just let us know in the chat if you're having trouble joining a breakout room. We will get you in one. But really appreciate your being here right now. Thank you.
Keep joining.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. If you are not currently in a breakout room, please feel free to join any breakout room, 1 through 5. You'll get trained in that room on how to make calls tonight. Super grateful for your being here. If you are having issues joining a breakout room, just let us know in the chat and we will get you assigned to a breakout room. Any room 1 through 5 will do. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate you being here. I see new folks popping in. We are over the 200 mark, folks. Thrilled to see that. Welcome, new folks who are joining now. If you just join any breakout room, 1 through 5. We'll get you trained on how to make calls tonight. If you are having trouble joining a breakout room, feel free to let us know in the chat, and we will get you assigned to a breakout room.
So afraid, but I'm going to try.
Glad to have you with us. Thank you.
Also, another thing is,
okay,
at
welcome,
least in
folks.
our experience,
welcome new folks joining now.
I also
if you're joining
love
right now,
hearing
just go ahead and join
from
any
the
breakout room.
conversations that you
Room
guys have
1
had.
through 5 will do.
And it
we'll get you
also
trained on
helps
how to make calls to
us
voters
identify
out here in
where the
Michigan.
voters are.
You can do it from anywhere in the world. So really,
okay, it helps us identify where the voters are as well. So one of the most fun experiences after doing these sorts of phone banking operations is the next day, where people come in and they're like, "This is a conversation that I had, a personal anecdote." Like a personal experience that you had with a voter. A conversion is really fun, but then also there will be people who are like haters as well. So I would get 400. How long does the training take? It's not that long. It's literally like 5 minutes. It's not even like this is an unbelievably easy process to be a part of. They make it so easy that you can know nothing and just join in randomly, and they teach you in a matter of 5 minutes, like exactly what links to click. Everything else. No, it doesn't show your phone number. It's all an automated process. The entire thing is automated. It's turnkey. You just click on a link and that's it. And then it starts making those calls for you. It is super simple. Okay? You are right. I converted a mail-out voter for Colorado. I was very nervous, but it was super easy and it felt amazing to secure that vote. Chat is like a dialogue tree in a video game. Yes. They basically give you a dialogue tree. What's up? Oh, shit. Okay. All right. And then we're going to move on to our next destination because I have a IRL event that I have to go to as well. So I'm going to tell... Hold on. Okay. Yeah, they give you a script, no voicemails, and it auto dials the next call. Okay? Vincent, we're gonna have to mobilize soon on our end.
all good. We are currently sitting at... I love how it just didn't pop up after I said that. We are at 221 people in the Zoom right now.
Yeah,
we are having fun. And people are joining every second. So welcome, folks. If you're not currently in a breakout room, please join any breakout.
You get a script, and the worst thing that can happen is they hang up. For international callers, they sometimes think is really cool. There's international interest in their own politics. Everyone wants a better foreign policy for the U.S. Yeah, American policy ends up impacting your life no matter wherever you are in the world. Anyway, you forgot to promise carrying the flame at 300. I can't be doing that right now. All right. Let's be fucking serious for a moment, please. Okay. Where was okay? Let me turn on the boom. I'm flipping the camera. I am. All right. We're good to. We're good to go. All right. I gotta go. Good luck, guys. Okay. Hold on. You can just take the whole thing. Fine. Okay. All right. Up next, we are going to an event in Dearborn, Michigan, ladies and gentlemen. The prodigal son returns. I really wish you would address the concern I had. I don't think it's the same as anxiety or needing a script, and I believe other chatters may feel the same way, but don't want to say it. What is it? What is your anxiety? Singapore chatters rise up. Unironically, what if beyond anxiety, people think they're awkward or off-putting and will just hurt the cause? No, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a real concern. What are you saying? That you're going to be off-putting and hurt the cause? No, that's not how this works. It literally gives you a script. All you need to do is just follow the script. Also, you listen to me talk all the time. This is your opportunity. That is social anxiety. You're literally describing social anxiety while you said that. What about social anxiety? Okay? It's so funny. Chad was like, look, this is not social anxiety. It's a very different concern. And then describes anxiety. Okay. Will you be meeting the mayor of Dearborn again? I don't know. I don't know what he's up to. But yeah, we're gonna be going to Dearborn, Michigan, and you would have to try to be off-putting to mess it up. I hate phone calls and I love phone banking. Yeah, it's such an easy process. The easiest process of all time. I mean, I've done it on stream before. You guys know. I've done it on stream, and I was hella cringe, but it didn't matter. You know, we had like 3 conversions on stream immediately, back to back to back, 100% success rate, and I wasn't like exceptional in any way, shape, or form. It was just, you know, people are far more receptive than you think. People are far more receptive than you think. You know, I've always wondered, do you travel with the soundboard? No, I do not. I do not travel with the soundboard, chatters. Will you be meeting Roop Raj? It would be an honor to meet local news legend Roop Raj. I don't know if I will have the honor to meet him, but Baltimore legend Roop Raj, Baltimore Maoist legend Roop Raj, I doubt it. Remember, even with canvassing in person, even with door knocking, which we've done on stream as well, I can't explain to you how good it feels to go out and engage in a canvass operation, and you talk to some voters from, you know, communities that are rarely ever represented. Okay? Communities that are rarely ever represented. And the successes are mind-boggling, where people literally hear for the first time. People hear for the first time from someone who is just interested in what's going on in their lives. Okay? interested in offering a solution. And they are super positive and super responsive. It's fake it till you make it, then it becomes second nature. Yes. Are you covering the iDubbbz update later? I understand there's more important things going on, but I also like your coverage on these things. Yeah, we'll take a look at stuff like that later. Not right now, obviously. Maybe on the way over. Maybe on the way over to the next event that we're going to. Yeah. Yeah, it's working. It's live. Did you call the Uber? Oh, it's here. Okay. All right, everybody. I am going to start off with the showdown.
Well, Wisconsin, you know, I love that state.
Dana Perino grills socialist governor hopeful on the far left tweets. This is, of course, for the Wisconsin gubernatorial primary. Okay.
It's seen as one of the most competitive toss-up states this November. The primary is less than 2 weeks away. Polls show my next guest as the Democratic frontrunner for governor.
See you on the other
side.
side.
She's a state assemblywoman and a Democratic socialist, and she is not shy from far-left proposals. Take a listen to this.
Rapid fire. Do you support repealing Act 10?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Free school meals?
Yes.
Guaranteed pay leave?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
A 1-year data center moratorium?
Yes.
Breaking up big ag?
Yes.
Public grocery stores?
Yes.
Right to repair?
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis?
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United?
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
And Francesca Hong is a candidate for Wisconsin governor. And even yesterday, it looks like you will be the nominee, as another one of your closest competitors, who is even far behind you, has dropped out of the race. Is there anything in that list of what you told Hasan Piker that you disavow now?
No.
Okay. Is there anything in the DSA platform that you disagree with?
Yes.
Okay. What would that be?
Abolishing the Senate. I believe it's nonsensical and non-practical at this time.
Okay. Would you abolish the Supreme Court?
No. I believe in checks and balances.
Okay. So you consider yourself a Democratic socialist, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you defund the Department of War?
Define it?
Well,
I think it's
take away the money from the Defense Department?
No, I think it's troubling how many times they've failed an audit, and they're one of the highest funded agency. And I think that stewardship of taxpayer dollars is incredibly important, that where there may be fraud, waste, or abuse, that we make sure to vet the agency.
Okay. Would you advocate for public ownership of America's largest corporations, or those in Wisconsin?
I have to say, first of all, we are incredibly proud of our Green Bay Packers, a publicly owned NFL team. But I believe there are some manufacturing and corporation that is irresponsible to have full public control.
Well, like what?
No, I think it depends really on the type of mega corporation. We know that here in Wisconsin, we'd like to bring more middle manufacturing, that when jobs were sent overseas, when there was more desire for profit over the people of Wisconsin, that we can be selective and put working class people first when it comes to jobs and mega corporations.
Do you think you would be able to recruit corporations to come to Wisconsin to then be taken over by the state government?
No, I don't think that it would be responsible for the state to bring in a mega corporation that would potentially be run by the state. I think that we want to create good jobs with good benefits and ensure that people have the freedom to pursue the type of life they would like. And I think when I talk to voters all across the state, it is so much about being able to take care of themselves and their loved ones. There is deep concern about people who get to age with dignity in our state. I care a lot about our seniors and making sure that we're one of the states where there's a great opportunity for great public education.
Okay, so you say people want to take care of themselves, and I agree, but the socialist program is for the government to take care of people. And I know that you've bristled a little bit about anyone pointing out previous things that you have said, but I just want to show everybody on the board here. This is some of your far left posts. I would say they're pretty far left, right? It's, for example, you say abolish the Senate. You want ICE out of Wisconsin. I understand the abolishing ICE is something you probably still want, but you also said to defund the police 4 times. And you want to defund the police as a first step towards abolishing the police. Now, President Trump won Wisconsin twice. It is the ultimate purple state. I set my novel there for a reason. It is the place where you have to have the most appeal to both sides or to independent voters. Why shouldn't people take you at your word when you say that you want to defund the police and go towards abolishing it?
Dana, first of all, I have to say thank you so much for featuring my home state in your novel. And I believe that as a democratic socialist, what that means is that I would like to put working class people first over mega
How does defunding the police put working class people first? I mean, I think that you're about to enter into a general election, likely with Tom Tiffany, the Republican. That's not going to be an easy race. It's going to be very easy for people to put up on the board and say, you said abolish the Senate, defund the police, abolish the police. And why should they not believe that you would want to do that you would try to do that if you became governor?
I believe that people can evolve. We meet Trump voters from previous elections who now would like to vote for me, who have a sign in their yard.
So who needs to evolve, the voter
the
or
governor
you?
cannot defund the police, and I won't defund the police.
So
but
you
I
have
will
evolved.
invest in the things we know prevent crime, like getting guns off of our street, making sure there is victims for justice, that there are, places where our kids can go after school and thrive. We can't be tough on causes. We have to be tough on causes if we would like to be.
Yep. Everything good? It looks good?
It's good.
Okay, flipping it.
The ice in the tunnels, but it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, we can turn on the lights. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And I'm sorry to take you away from Francesca Hong. I know you were probably listening to her. But, David, this angle is crazy.
You don't like it?
No, it's super, super low. What are we doing? It's like a crotch shot. Anyway, as I was saying, we are on our way to a Dearborn, Michigan event where we are, we're not that far away. We're on our way to a Dearborn, Michigan event. It is going to be the Dearborn Heights Hamtramck Muslim Knockout the Vote Tour. There are a lot of superstars that are at this event. Someone was asking, are you going to see the mayor? And I told you no. It turns out I was wrong. The mayor will be there, and he'll be speaking in a little bit, as a matter of fact. So will Adam Hamawi, so will Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and then Abdul El Sayed, the star of the show, will be there as well. I will not be speaking at the Knockout the Vote tour. I'm just going to be there hanging out and talking to the folks that went there, talking to the people on the ground, and seeing what the level of enthusiasm is. Yeah, what a lineup, I know. Michigan Avengers, basically. Francesca Hong mogs this little-headed guy. True. She does. Lamau, they're going to shove you on stage? Probably not. They already have pre-designated time slots for the people who are speaking. I want the Hosborough leg spread, Hasan. It's not going to happen. Okay? It's crazy. What?
That's what they're calling it now?
The cooter maxing. Cooter maxing is what is known as now. And forever. I love Dearborn, one of the best coffees of my life. I'm hoping, I haven't eaten yet today, so I'm hoping there will be some food at this event, because I am starting to get hungry. Are you going to stop by Chicago while you're traveling between Michigan and Wisconsin? No, I will not be going to Chicago this time. Don't know why I would do that. Yeah. It does have some of the best Arab food in America. Dude, you're telling me. I know already. I've had it. I've had it last time I was in Dearborn with Abdul, as a matter of fact. And with the mayor, too. We went to the coffee shop, which I assume this will be a coffee. This will be everything. The Dearborn economy is run on coffee shops owned and operated by Yemeni people. That's what it's kebabs and coffee shops.
We're getting Detroit pizza tomorrow.
Are we?
For dinner.
Oh, hell yeah, with Donovan McKinney.
Yep.
Perfect. I actually do fuck with Detroit pizza.
Me too.
This is gonna piss off a lot of Illinois folks, but I prefer Detroit pizza to Chicago deep dish.
Wow.
Yeah, I said it.
I think it's really good. I don't know if it beats New Haven.
You're not wrong. No. Connecticut pizza is, I think, Connecticut pizza is competitive.
You're a truther.
I think Connecticut pizza, at least the Connecticut pizza I've had, is competitive with New York slices.
Damn, they're better. I agree. Yeah, definitely better.
There's a reason why people say they're better, because it's technically not wrong. And I think even the likes of Dave Porkboy have even admitted that. This is the truth nuke of all truth nukes. Is New York pizza is very good. Like it's like 10 out of 10. We're making a distinction between like 10 out of 10 pizza and like I guess 11 out of 10 pizza at that point. Right? I would not say that for Chicago deep dish though. I don't really like Chicago deep dish. Chicago tavern style is real Chicago pizza. I know, that's the cope that I hear, which means that the battle has been lost already. You know what I mean? I am Coochie Maxing, yes. It's not cope, dumbass. Okay, sure. Deep dishes are Haley Stevens? Okay, dude. Okay. Yeah. Chicago deep dish pizza makes me go, Israel comes to me in my dreams. Oh my gosh, shut up, tavern style enjoyers. You've also never developed taste. Deep dish is legit tourist trash. No one eats deep dish. Why does Chicago have so many tourist trash things though? I mean, that's a sincere question, because it's very interesting to me that Chicago has a litany of tourist trap style things that they point to as like real cultural exports. Okay, the fucking Malort as a drink.
Oh, dude.
Malort as a drink.
I mean,
deep dish pizza. The real like, this is gonna piss off all the Chicago people, but I don't prefer the Chicago hot dog. Yeah, I think
Just need ketchup.
there's the thing that they have on it that's like strange. What is it like?
I get the whole.
Is it the
salad.
celery?
Oh yeah, but it's not quite a pickle.
Line crossed?
It's a pickle.
No, tomato I like. I don't have an issue with a tomato. I just prefer dirty water dogs with mustard and ketchup. That's my preference. I'm a simple man. I have a simple baby taste, if you want to call it that. But is the relish and the celery salt.
Oh yeah.
The relish and the celery salt freak me out.
I feel like if you're getting a glizzy, Just get a glizzy. Don't get a salad on it.
Yeah. But like, I also don't prefer chili dogs either.
No, I don't either.
I'm a simple hot dog guy, because I think I've never had a chili dog in my life that I have enjoyed the experience of consuming, because the vehicle for consuming, because you would think, I love chili, I love cheese, okay, but you put chili cheese on a dog, and all of a sudden it is such a filthy experience. Like when you're ravaging it, you feel nasty.
Yeah.
Doesn't leave you feeling good about yourself. It's one of those things where the experience sullies you. That's how I feel. Maybe I have a lot of strange opinions on that, but those are my opinions. Having said that, I am very excited, because I do hope that we will have some good Dearborn food here, maybe hopefully some Middle Eastern kebabs or some shawarma or something. My mouth is watering thinking about the prospect of having a kebab. Smudge. I'm not taking food advice from Cheesegate. Okay. You serve kalbicim with cheese.
What was the Cheesegate?
Cheesegate is Francesca Hong came to my house. The interview that we did that Fox News was playing when we were walking out.
Yeah.
And in the interview, she's Korean American. She operated a restaurant. She's a foodie. And I wanted to share with her my favorite LA Korean food.
Yeah.
But it was not authentic. It was kalbicim, but it has cheese on it. And as soon as she saw the cheese, she was like, "What the fuck is this?"
And she let you have it too.
And she ripped into me because she's honest. She's unlike a politician would have eaten that and been like, delicious, right? She's a real one, and I respect it. But I also was devastated. It's like your favorite album, and you're sitting in the car, and you got the aux cord, and you're like, oh, you want to share this experience with others, and everyone's like, this is doo-doo.
Yeah, you loved it so much.
Yeah, because I still love it. I mean, I ate all of it. Like, it was a big bucket. It was a big bucket of prime rib or short ribs and all this other stuff and rice cakes, and it was delicious. But as soon as she saw the cheese, she locked in on it, and she was like, this is not real kalbicim.
And you ordered a special for her?
Yeah. Well, I order it for myself all the time, but in this instance, I ordered it especially for her because I wanted to share this decadent dining experience.
She didn't even touch it?
She had like a little bit off of it, and then was like, I'm not having this. And then Chatters never let me live it down, and now I have fucking trauma from, making this mistake.
Yeah, but talk about messy on camera. Maybe she didn't want it. It sounds like a messy dish.
No. I mean, it wasn't like that. No. She was very clear.
And she's like, this is not how this dish is prepared.
Yeah, I think we're almost here. Oh my God. Okay. As someone adopted by a Korean family I work for, some Koreans add cheese. Yeah, I mean, chili dog take. Not to eat like a classic dog, but I do chili dogs like spaghetti, in that I put 2 hot dogs of buns and toppings on a plate and then cover them in chili and cheese and then eat it with a fork and knife style. That is the most autistic thing I've ever heard anyone say in this chat.
That's quite a statement.
You are officially banned from Chicago, just like the UK. Okay, put that on the... yeah. I know the mayor. He's going to ban me officially. Chat, that's not even a chili dog at that point. That's just like an entirely separate thing. What you're describing is no longer a chili dog. Dorito liquor detected. I don't even know what that means.
Ew.
If Francesca Hong really wanted to be the governor of Wisconsin, she would have loved the cheese. She loves the cheese. She said she loves the cheese.
Well, that's a good point about cheese.
No, that's the other reason why I was like, I did think that this was gonna bang. You know what I mean? I was. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But that's what you were saying. The typical pandering politician would have been like, I gotta be pro-cheese. I'm trying to win governorship of Wisconsin. They're obsessed with cheese there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Francesca.
Yeah, that's
Francesca
I think
Hong
you're getting a call.
is definitely banning you from Wisconsin over Cheesegate. First thing she does in office. First of all, that would be the most problematic thing that she would endorse as a policy platform if she was banning someone who was a cheese lover. And secondly, no, she won't, because I'm going to be in Wisconsin on Sunday.
Hey.
So. Hasan, I made 20 calls. Hell yeah. Neurodivergent.
If you're not done, you can finish before you step out. You're done? Done. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Y'all have a nice one.
All right.
Just a second, yeah. Let me get the ISO situated.
What up, King?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I have to pee really bad.
I got you.
All right.
How are you?
Hi.
When it comes to what you say, I can tell you from experience, you will be 100 times more effective as a teacher if you do two things that are not about memorizing talking points or scripted language at all. Thing number one, when you talk to people, speak from here, speak from a place of values and principles. Like, there's probably over 100 people in this room easily. You're all here because you support. You're all here because of the MK Super Soldiers.
What's going on? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom.
All right.
Okay, you stay with Vincent.
What up, Vincent?
Hi, chat.
Entertain the chat?
Absolutely, I can entertain the chat. Yeah, let's see. Last time I checked, we were at 5,000 dials, but then at that moment, most people had finished their training and we were accelerating to like 5,000 dials for every 5 minutes.
Wow.
So I think the number is probably a lot higher, but we'll see. So it's really important because this race is so close, like the Donovan race. Abdul is very important and is doing very well. And we love Abdul, and we need to put all the effort there too. But Donovan's race is like razor thin. I think there was a poll that was tweeted out recently from one of the independent expenditures that had Donovan down 4 points, which is like so tight. And before that, it was a much bigger spread. So this is razor thin margin. So your dials really help. And you can still hop in the phone bank if you're not currently in it. You can join right now, tinyurl.com/Hasan calls. And it makes a huge difference. I mean, people are often scared to phone bank because they think people will be hostile. But the thing about phone banking and phone banking technology right now is that the people you speak to are the people who answer. So if you're answering an unknown number, you are probably greatly indexed to be nice to people who call you randomly because you're choosing not to ignore that call. So you don't sit there, dealing with voicemails. You don't have to leave voicemails at all. The system does it automatically. You just get voters. And I mean, Donovan's race is going to be so tight. And there's the other problem we have is there are Abdul voters in Donovan's district who do not know who Donovan is. And like Shri, there is no like prototypical Shri voter. There is no Shri base. There's just people who've seen a lot of advertising. And Shri is an insane character. I mean, his facility in New Jersey, at a pharmaceutical testing facility in New Jersey, where he abused dogs. Like, he literally left hundreds of beagles to die in this facility when it went bankrupt, and monkeys. And like this local, like PETA-esque volunteer group had to rescue them. And the former employees of this bankrupt facility were hopping the fences to feed the dogs and the monkeys, which is psychotic. And he carpetbagged to Detroit. He spends millions of his own money. He votes with Republicans on the committees, on crypto especially. He's a huge sellout to crypto, sellout to AI. He completely flipped his positions. He was briefly speaking about Palestine, and then once he got in office, he became totally pro-Israel, takes AIPAC money. But people don't know who Donovan is, so it's really, really important that you make those calls, because 4-point race a week ago, I mean, that's a field margin.
I heard from the bathroom you talking about Shri Tanadar because I heard Beagle murderer.
He's a Beagle murderer. He's the only, dog abuser involved in this race.
It's true.
Is Shri Tanadar, and comically so. Have you heard the full the local PETA group was hopping the fences to rescue the dogs in New Jersey?
Why did he want to murder so many beagles?
Well, the facility went bankrupt. It was pharmaceutical testing, and he was just noped out. Just left him in there to starve to death.
Yeah.
So the choice in this election is a champion of the working class versus a dog and monkey abusing crypto and AIPAC bankrolled do-nothing congressman. So we got to just get that message out. Voters love Donovan once you tell them who he is, but voters don't know who he is. So this is why phones right now are so important, because you can flip so many people with these conversations, and that is not always the case. This is not a situation where both candidates have total name wreck. This is a situation where our candidate wins almost every conversation that we have. We just have to have the conversations, and this race has not gotten the attention other races have gotten. This is not Bailout. This is not even Dari.
Even Will Lawrence's race has gotten more national attention for better or for worse than Donovan's, unfortunately, which is such a lot, because this is like a. What's really interesting is the racial dynamic in this race as well. Obviously, we're two white boys talking about this, but there is a reality there where, obviously Donovan is born and bred Detroit. Wayne County has a higher density of black voters than many other places in Michigan. And it was remarkable when Hakeem Jeffries actually endorsed Shri Tanadar over Donovan.
Well, but there's also a number of Congressional Black Caucus members that are endorsing Donovan. And it's not just the progressives that we know and love. The former president of the CBC, Stephen Horsford, endorsed Donovan.
Yeah.
And that also speaks to the fact that Shri sucks. No one likes him in DC. There's a really funny Axios article where it's all of the establishment Dems who are
not the worst guy to lose the race.
We don't really care.
So that has also been interesting, because in all these other races, in a lot of the races that we worked on, we have younger black and brown candidates going up against older establishment candidates, and yet there's always this component where the establishment will try to weaponize identity politics in this in a cynical way, sometimes doing a lot of racially charged, sometimes engaging in a lot of racially charged narratives, especially in the ones that we've seen with the Abdul race, where now there's a new poll that shows actually Abdul with black voters is far closer to Haley Stevens, and yet the establishment has been so used to just saying no, black voters actually want this candidate over the insurgent, and therefore you're racist, you're not appealing to black voters. Is not the case.
True.
And yet they don't talk about that racial component in Donovan's race at all.
Well, and you're going to see when you route it out in Detroit, there's huge numbers of people, black folks, who are voting for Abdul and for Donovan.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of narratives that
of course, as is always the case, the Twitter narrative that drives discourse in mainstream media is, it couldn't be further from the truth when you go down on the ground and you dial in and you take a look at who's actually voting for who.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited. There's a lot of very cool speakers that are going to be speaking today. Where are they? Is there a green room? Yeah, I want to go. I want to see.
You want to just hang out in this bathroom the entire time?
Yeah, it's very nice. Is there food here or no?
Don't know that there's food here.
What up? We're streaming. Is it okay? Are we going to the green room? Should be good. Is that fine?
Can we just check with everyone in there? It's okay if it's streaming in there?
How are you?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are
Always
you?
welcome here.
Of course.
We're going to try to hang out on Monday.
Oh, okay.
I have a whole set. Yeah, I think we got a perfect place to go down.
All right, perfect.
Cast corridor.
Should we go inside?
Let's do it.
All right, we're live, by the way.
I know that.
We're always live.
She always knows that.
Now I know now.
Just letting y'all know, always live. Hey, what's happening?
I'm good.
What's good, King?
Good.
How you doing?
All right, how are you?
I'm good.
Good to see you.
Oh my God.
That's very cute.
Hello.
Oh, you. Good.
I'm good. Very
You look
exciting.
good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You always look great.
Oh, thank you.
As always.
A little surprised.
What? Yeah, you did put some stink on it. That was a little. You were like, you look good. Question mark. That's fine, I guess.
No, it's full compliment.
Yeah, it's okay. I was a better
official
interview than
exchange.
Adam, so that's what matters most, I think. Anyway, okay, so there is no food here.
No food, no.
I was like, damn, we're going to
I got
Dearborn.
water and then like an old Coke bottle. That's it.
I was like, damn, we're going to Dearborn. We'll have some shawarma with some kebabs. Nope, never mind. It's
You
fine.
could get it tonight. There's
Yeah,
still time.
there's still time.
Yeah.
No, for sure. I'm not
Yeah.
leaving. I'm not
There's
leaving.
no
Michigan
shortage
with
of
that.
good eating places and good coffee shops and
Yeah.
plenty of other things.
How you been?
I can't complain.
Yeah.
Still standing, doing good.
You started. You've started roaming around, going to other candidates,
Yeah,
endorsing them,
so
working with
trying to
some
help other
races?
people win so that,
Yeah.
we got a team in place. That's why
Yeah.
I'm here in Michigan. And we were able to help Daria Lisa and a lot out in Denver. So we're good. We're looking great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, these are some really exciting races. What about the mainstream attention? Do you feel like has anything changed since you won your race? Are people a little bit more palatable? Or are they still hitting
No,
you with some
I think
ridiculous smears?
I'm still getting hit with the ridiculous smears, but that's, I think, going to be consistent. I mean,
Yeah.
that's going to be something I have to live with and deal with. But I think most of the Democrats are, I'm at least getting on the team, so we have to work together.
Yeah.
So people are understanding that, and so we have to get to Washington and still, be able to pass bills.
Yeah. I think like the primary the primary goal here is of course to defeat Republicans. Like we still there are a lot of people who always make it seem like, left flank insurgent candidates, like they only come after Democrats, they don't come after Republicans. It's like, no, we only go after Democrats if they're not sufficiently fighting back against the Republicans.
Right.
And I don't think like people understand that for some weird reason. Like, no, our first and foremost, our goal always is to serve the people, but then also to fight back against Trumpism in this country.
Well, I mean, it's not like we're actually like going after them. Like this is what people want. Like,
Yeah, that's
people,
true. Yeah.
People are upset that the Democrats have been sitting at the sidelines and not fighting back, and we are representing that as we should. So
Yeah.
it's not like a group of people got together in a room and said, let's go after centrist or establishment Democrats. It's like people are upset with the current system. They're upset with people doing nothing, and we are the people's voice.
Yeah. All right. What a lineup. What a lineup today. Star-studded. Star-studded. Yeah. Audio check. Is it good? Is the audio fine?
I don't see any complaints, but
Okay.
which is surprising.
Yeah. Okay. We passed how many? 10,000 calls? Okay, that's good. And that's for on the phone bank that we were on earlier.
Good.
Okay.
Let's get 10,000 people out to vote.
Yeah.
Right.
There's 4 days left, so it's just time to do some damage.
Yeah. Oh, 30,000. Okay, that was the old number. My bad. 30,000. That's good. We get to 40,000. I'll have some shawarma on stream. How about that? Which you might think is actually rewarding me, but it's rewarding you guys as well. I promise. Okay. Mostly rewarding me. I'm starving.
Hey, welcome Justin, Joey, Bobby. Thank you so much for joining the phone bank. Please
These guys are round the clock. They're working. They're working nonstop.
really appreciate you joining the Zoom. If you have any trouble joining a break room, just let me know in the chat. And
These guys.
What are you telling people? Like, do they have Donovan's bio and stuff? Or you tell them?
Yeah. They have the talking points. They have. I mean, it's a pretty turnkey. Vince knows he's been doing this for a minute. It's just the sheet that I got, is it the same as like what other
It's
people
all
are?
based off that. That's like the raw.
Yeah, it's mostly just like talking about Donovan's record as a legislator, and
600 million.
What he's
100 million, holding DTE accountable, fighting for universal
We're having
child
a-
care, no big money, Medicare for all. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Door to door today, it like helped us to tell them who he was running against. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, it was, yeah.
because he's
Hi, Calvin.
such a recognizable figure. Let's just say.
1 through 5.
No, I just posted the video he put up today. Cherie is not for me. Cherie is not for me.
We just had a caller in the chat right now who's saying that they were going to vote for him just because he is a familiar name. But then they were comparing stances of Donovan and Cherie, and after that has changed their vote.
This is literally every single time with all of the races that we worked on. What I have heard so consistently from all of my chatters who've been doing phone banks and whatnot and canvassing is there's always low name recognition for the insurgent candidates, but as soon as they hear the positions, they're like, oh, that's it. Like I'm definitely voting for the younger.
It's so much noise right now in Michigan. I'm sure if you just turn on the TV, you'll see one ad after the other. So sometimes it's really hard to get through it. That's why, I'm just anxious about Donovan's race. Me.
So this morning, oh, look who it is.
This is my girl, Mishu, assistant of Hanoa. Yeah, she's
How are you feeling? Good to see you, man. Good. Great.
I gotta show you the video.
Thank you.
Welcome to that here.
Good trouble, yes. Good trouble. He's so cute.
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Hi, welcome, Sean. Please feel free to join me in the breakout room 1 through 5. We'll get you trained on
Round the clock, dude. Round the clock, bro. It doesn't. There's no days off. That's why I'm always telling you guys. Like when you guys are like, "Oh, dude, you work too much." It's like, well, there's a lot of work to be done. So.
You mentioned food. Shawarma, we got it. You can't leave Dearborn without eating good shawarma.
Of course.
Nice
but no worries if there's nothing here. You don't have to. You don't have to worry about it. I'll have some. Well,
Food's
I will.
a must.
Good. Of course. Welcome, Michigan. Welcome back.
I know.
How you finding it?
It's fucking awesome as always.
Did you get some kebab?
What?
Did you get some kebab?
Not yet. I'm gonna figure it out after this.
Yeah, we gotta. That's one of the important things.
I did think that there was gonna be food here because you were like, oh, Dearborn event. I was like, of course there's gonna be some kebab.
There's definitely food close to here.
Yeah.
I feel like GOTV rally is not quite the food spot, but
yeah. No, it's all good.
We'll get you fed. We'll get you fed. We'll give you the Rex.
How you feeling?
I feel good, man.
Where'd you go before this? You've been all up and down.
A series of meetings. I don't even know what I did today. A series of meetings. We did some. Went to Friday prayer. A couple different places. I think we did 4 different Friday prayers.
Nice.
GOTV at the mosque. So yeah, man. Feel good. Appreciate you being here.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. This is what a change of pace from the first time you came to my house. I mean, this is.
That would have been like 2020. That was like late 2025.
Yeah. No, it's been like, I think it's been a year, right, Chad? I feel like.
I think it has been a year.
Yeah.
I think it has been a year.
And even since the last time I was here, even since the last time we went and we worked out in Dearborn.
Oh.
And had some. What was the place?
That was Dearborn Meat Market. Like that's the place you gotta go. I actually had it for lunch today.
Oh.
We had an interview. I was like, all right, we're doing Dearborn Meat Market. You gotta go. Actually, you know what you gotta do? You gotta go and have it in person. It's like a different experience. Having it carry out is one thing, but like having it there, whole different experience.
No, I'm down.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but we feel really good. It feels good on the ground. People are excited.
Yeah. Well, here's one thing that I've been saying. I've been thinking about it because I'm like, this is obviously one of the races that I was very like adamant about. One of the races that I've been like working with for a minute. But I was thinking like, there's only a finite amount of resources. So the one positive is, look, you know, we're still working like we're 10 points down. However,
polls don't vote, people do.
Exactly. And regardless of what the results are, even if it's like a total blowout, in my mind, I'm like, at least this was a major moment. This has been a major moment where like there's so much money being dumped into this race.
We calculated with the reservations that I have through the end of election day, $70 million. $70 million. It's like, think about what you can do with, you know how much medical debt you can eliminate with $70 million?
I know.
$7 billion.
Yeah.
And instead, like, dumped on fire on TV ads. But I'll tell you, and we got to keep that energy into the general. It's going to be a real general.
For sure.
I mean, like, Mike Rogers has run before. He's got statewide name ID. I mean, he's corrupt as hell. He's never seen a corporate check he doesn't like. He helped architect the opioid epidemic, which doesn't want anybody to know about, which I'm about
You're
to
also
talk
a perfect matchup against them as a doctor as well.
Yes.
Hi. Nice to meet you. Of course. Very excited. Very excited about this.
Appreciate the effort, man. Appreciate the support. Like we got to keep the momentum going into the fall. But it does feel really good going into election day. And like, we got all the folks here. It's like these are the moments you sort of step back and say, I'm really grateful for. In politics, everything you do in politics is because somebody else decided they want to do something. You don't do anything by yourself, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just so grateful for like everybody who's built around this, all of the effort that the rallies we've had for the past several weeks. Like, there's just a lot of gratitude. Really grateful.
I mean, this is how a real movement begins, though. And someone had to do something. Like, people have to step up. People have to step up to the plate, and people have to be that person. You also were that person a long time ago. Like, a lot of people. I mean, Haley Stevens brought up the fact that you ran in 2018, and it's so interesting because, the dynamic was very different back then as far as places that were considered, swing states. Like, there wasn't the establishment Democratic message of, no, we have to have a moderate who can defeat the Republicans. Like, that was still a prescient message, unfortunately. It was wrong back then, too. I think it was Michael Moore who said in 2016, Michigan's not a swing state. Michigan's not a swing state. It's a blue state. The only reason why it's a swing state is because establishment Democrats have dropped the ball in spectacular fashion.
It's also like this idea that people walk around wondering, where do I sit on the left-right spectrum?
Yeah.
Instead of wondering, how am I going to afford my groceries and my gas and my rent? How am I going to afford to get sick? And if you don't have honest, direct answers to that question, don't be surprised when people don't support you.
Yeah.
So we're trying to answer that question and demonstrate how you actually can, I want to thump Mike Rogers. I don't want to just beat him. I want to thump him. Yeah. I want to send him back to Florida crying, right? At the end of the day, that's what this is about. This is about demonstrating what happens when you actually have a positive affirmative message about the world can be like when leaders aren't bought off by corporations.
No, I think that's a huge part of this is this is a battleground where we won't just show that we can win in swing states as progressives, but that we can win all around the country with a message that unites the base across the board.
Because you're delivering for people. I mean, that's the thing is if you can actually credibly fight for a solution to somebody's life, what's the point of politics in the first place?
I know.
Why else do this?
Wait, I don't understand. I thought it was about winning and some power.
How you doing?
And then collecting paychecks.
For your. This guy, I've never met him before. Of course I know this guy. Okay. Come on, this guy is the most influential.
Well, I mean, I'm just wondering, if you know each other personally.
We know we went to a couple of college classes together.
But Abbas is the state representative from Dearborn.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm running for re-election.
Vintage Bell in South Lebanon is the capital of the resistance movement.
Yeah.
Here we are.
We're live, by the way.
Well, hey, Dearborn is the capital of where we disrupt and really overtake the Democratic establishment, and we do away with business as usual.
What's going on?
Good to see you.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, sir?
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
See you again.
Do you know the significance of the place you're standing?
Oh, see, he's going to do it now.
No.
Tell him.
Do you know what this place is called?
Let's hear it. What is it called?
This is the Vintage Vale Cultural Center.
Okay, what does that mean?
You know what Vintage Vale is on the front lines. Okay, right on the border right there, where our school was just destroyed, homes are being systematically erased, and folks here locally understand, the houses, if you walk outside, right, every one of those houses has had people killed in Israeli airstrikes, U.S.-funded Israeli airstrikes. Folks feel that in their bones here, right? This isn't a faraway thing. Me and Abbas have attended funerals right here for people who've been killed in South
What's
Lebanon.
British Bill's nickname? What do we call it? What is it called?
Okay, you're live, by the way.
I'm just letting you know, like this is a very special place.
Yeah.
And so this is exactly the type of place that we can change the politics of our country from.
All right, I gotta pull you guys real quick to debrief to you.
Layla.
You know, I've been telling. He told me that you texted him that he's like, it sounds like he's live. Like, Layla, what does that mean? I was like,
We're always live streaming. Always.
yeah.
40,000 dials, chat, for Donovan McKinney. Let's go. Let's keep those numbers up. Let's get those numbers up.
Oh, you phone banking?
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to let you know, my sister really wants you to know that you're welcome to the DSA Long Beach Summer Social. She loves
crazy.
DSA Long Beach.
That's crazy.
So I just had to tell you.
No, it's all good. So your sister's in DSA in Long Beach?
Yeah, she's the comms director there, and I just wanted you to know.
They are always in my chat.
They're
Always
always
inviting
in
me.
your
Always inviting me to DSA events in Long Beach.
Okay, well, just want you to know they love you.
Okay,
They love you.
nice
Okay,
to
well,
meet you.
it's so nice to meet you.
Nice to
Thank
meet
you
you.
so
Thank you for your
much.
work.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for getting on the phones.
Of course. I'm gonna grab a coffee. You want one, Dave?
Thanks, bud.
I think it's coffee. I hope it's coffee. Oh, it is coffee. Nice.
Be aware that everything is being live today. And we have 10.
They're talking about you.
No, they're talking about C-SPAN. It's also being live from on C-SPAN.
Once you hit the 1 minute warning, we'll do like a little wave or something like that.
I broke my C-SPAN.
2 minutes, yeah. And then
No, they have great mugs. Smashed it.
yeah, you have your
Angrily? No.
Once you have the 1 minute warning,
After the Illinois primaries, actually.
we have the 1 minute warning.
Not out of
You and Troy Jackson. The Troyotathon.
Cutoff signal is this. Everybody got that? Everybody got the cutoff signal? We gotta really keep it tight today.
Because you operate secret troll accounts, though. For sure. We're really on that.
Oh yeah. All right.
I put water in my coffee because it's too hot.
Crazy, dude.
Yeah, so the first person is going to be Tom. You want to be the first person? You're going to have 2 minutes. And then it will be of us. You will have 2 minutes. And then all of us will be next. We'll also have 2 minutes.
I never warned you that the captain don't know how to turn their audio off. I just in the chat. I'm like, oh my god, guys, we're killing it. That's always
You slop slurping. I'm gonna keep slurping.
And then Dr. Snowy, you'll have 10 minutes.
You say you want to swap the lob?
No.
Oh.
No. Yeah, you too, man. I'm good.
You look good. Look sharp.
Oh, thank you.
No more winter gear.
No more winter gear.
It's good to see.
It's our security our protection, our security in freezing cold Minneapolis, Minnesota weather. He runs security for Ilhan. You might remember him from the attacker guy. Right behind.
Are you pantomiming squirting apple cider vinegar at the congressman back here?
Yes, I was just explaining because hey, what's good?
How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Good seeing you back here.
Great. What's going on?
How you doing, brother? Come on. Council President Pro Tem. City of Teresa worked on the campaign. She got into politics. She's like, you know what? I watch his podcast. I watch his Twitches. The left got them in right with this guy. So let's take a photo.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I gotta go outside. So you guys take a photo?
All right, let's do it.
I just got it. Good to see you. Come on.
Nice meeting you.
See you. Are you ready?
Hasanabi head there.
Of course. I mean, this is Hasanabi Head Central.
Yeah.
You have to remember, there's not like there weren't a lot of outlets, especially for many, many years. Like we kind of take for granted how much the environment has shifted, especially as it pertains to speaking about Israel, speaking about American foreign policy in a very critical way. Mainstream media, for the most part, especially in the Western world, doesn't offer any critical tone, and they still fail, in my opinion. They sometimes will engage the conversation from a partisan manner, but overall, It's rarely it's very insufficient, and it's rarely as critical as it deserves to be. So for a lot of people here, they feel heard with commentary like ours. You know. It looks like everyone's excited. Of course everyone's excited. This is an exciting day. My legs are so sore, it's crazy. I'm having a hard time sitting down and standing up. My butt hurts. You know?
What else are you doing? I'm running on 2 hours of sleep, bro.
That is true.
It's a private one.
That is also true. Running on 2 hours of sleep and 0 food. Butt hurts kind of hot. No, from squatting.
That didn't
I've been doing weighted lunges up and down the block. It's been crazy. Yeah.
Hi, Amin and David. Thank you so much for phone banking. Please feel free to
Someone get this man a cane Bert. Yeah. Motherfuckers at 5 HP bar blinking. You're out of your dang mind. You're crazy for saying that. I'm at 120 HP. Especially after I have this coffee. Unk can't stand up at 35. Yeah, you gotta get the cardio up. It's true. I do gotta get the cardio up. Oops. Yeah. I wonder if we should go outside and listen to the speeches. Oh, we'll go outside in a little bit to film the speeches. Did you meet with your boy Mitch and Major? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. No, David didn't want a coffee.
I did not want coffee. I can't drink coffee.
Chatter. You're so old, aren't they? You can be. Of course, dude. What do you mean? They always are. How many phone calls? I mean, it was like 40K, so it's probably past that now. 50K now.
Whoa! Keep it going.
Yeah.
You started with 68 people?
Yeah, well, then it.
That's called.
68 people. By the time we left, it was at 200, and it's at 50,000 calls now. I won't be delivering a speech.
They do a good job setting you up when you coffee. It's a very, and they have it's very efficient. We have 4 days left to vote. Have you never taken part? I highly recommend it.
Not for this campaign. It just means in general on your own free time if you ever. You just. What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good journalism. When you have no opinions, that's the true unbiased journalism. That's good. Sometimes.
Carry the list of numbers. You know, it's not.
Yeah. How many people are in the district? Yeah.
It's like the standard amount that I'm forgetting. It's like a couple hundred, like 700,000 people in the congressional district. But it's a pretty low turnout primary, so the actual number of primary voters will be like less than 100,000, I would guess. So very decisive.
So we've called half of the likely.
But you've done a full pass of the universe we have for today. So our goal was to call first and foremost every young voter, and then the full first and foremost call every young voter, and then our full universe of voters that we wanted to speak to about getting them out, and that's been done twice.
We're doing 1K calls a minute right now. Or, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. That's really true. True
Yeah,
for you.
1K a minute.
Yeah.
That tie is fucking awesome.
Isn't this great? Thrifted?
Of course.
All the best ties are.
This is actually entirely thrifted outfit.
Yeah,
That's the move.
That's a great.
What are those?
Fun times. What are your plans after this rally?
I'm
Rest?
probably. Well, we'll see. I might go back to streaming.
We do have a little harebrained operation going on, which is that we're going to do a nighttime tour of Hamtramck with Donovan, popping into all the coffee and like hookah shops. So if you want, and you're doing multiple Donovan activities, so it's there. It's there.
All right. Well, I think we gotta. Well, I haven't really covered the news that much, so I might have to. No, it's not that. That's a very entertaining event. Like I love that. I love Hamtramck.
Sure. Straight updates need to happen.
Like Detroit Football Club, we went to, or I think it was Detroit FC, right? Yeah. We went and we visited the like little soccer pitch they have in the middle of the neighborhood in Hamtramck. I don't know if you've seen it. It's sick. It's super cool. The community gathers. They all watch people play soccer. It's like the B League or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Unk has a curfew.
New people are joining. That's good. Hi, everyone. If you're not currently in a breakout room,
we're still spamming.
Please join breakout rooms 1 through 5. Any will do. If you have trouble getting into a breakout room, just let me know and I will assign you. Sorry. Ugh.
Now the shotgun's picking you all up very easily.
Great.
Perfect.
Love it. Absolutely. Our lesson from this, though, is that we need a... oh, no, I just put someone in the waiting room. We need a breakout room that's just, like, latecomers. Because we've navigated it, but every one of these is, like, a lesson in Zoom logistics.
Yeah. How many of these have you done so far?
In my life?
Like, since the beginning of the primaries. This cycle.
100, some sort of number.
Yeah.
I mean, like the huge end of the race ones, like whatever number of races there have been, like 1 to 2 per race. But in terms of overall Zoom phone banks, like an incomprehensible number. Probably. Janae, you similar?
So many.
Yeah.
Multiple every week.
Multiple every week. Yeah.
You're muted. Yes. Okay. Should I try and get the?
Yeah.
And then is it a donation ask?
You can do both.
Okay.
Donation ask and normal, get out and phone bank, and also we're such good friends.
Okay, specifically for Abdul or Donovan?
Let's do a Donovan. Let's do like a gut out, make calls for Donovan and Abdul and vote if you're in Michigan, and then just do a fundraising one. Do you feel comfortable just pitching that, or do you want me to come?
I'll try.
Okay, let me know.
We have someone who's bringing 6 people to vote with them because they're so excited.
It's awesome.
Amazing.
Dude, one of the things that I realized, like, I mean, I've done like canvassing stuff before, but especially in these races, maybe it's because of the candidates that are so much more dynamic and so much more interesting. Maybe it's because there's a lot more like national appetite for exactly this kind of change. But it's the data centers in Israel for sure as well. The issues that are like very specific. But you get so much bang for your buck by just simply talking to people, like
100%.
Whereas I feel like if you're doing it for, I don't know, like Hillary Clinton or something, it's not the same.
No,
it really doesn't hit the same. But when you're doing it in a small race, like a smaller race like this, in a district like this, and you're reaching out to people who are like disaffected voters that no one has really spoken to. And you explain to them the policy positions, you explain to them the differences between the incumbent and the insurgent, and the responsiveness is unbelievable. Like, people actually get excited to go out and vote for someone, which is kind of the theory, right? It's kind of the theory of change that we've been talking about for a very long time, even from obviously like the 2016 Bernie campaign. To now, all of these different primaries all around the country. That's why I keep urging people to go out and join these sorts of phone banks and go out and canvass for these campaigns, canvass for these candidates, because the results are incredible. And you get to know full well in the back of your mind that you're probably pissing off a lot of pro-Israel donors that are just dumping boatloads of money into these races. The cope that I have, at least in my mind, for like hyper-focusing on the Abdul race has always been, even though it, I don't want to come across too cocky here, but it does seem that the likelihood is very high that he will succeed, is that there's a finite amount of money out there. It's not infinite. So he's basically tanking $60 million worth or $70 million worth of outside expenditures earmarked for this race that could have gone to the Cory Bush race, right? That could have gone to the Hartzell Gray race. There are so many wonderful candidates all around the country. And, it's not a secret that a lot of these donors are...
What kind of donations?
I think just a generic campaign one for Abbott.
They're cooking up a double donation drive right now. But yeah, as I was saying, there are a lot of single issue donors out there. Some people like now Blue Cross Blue Shield, single issue on maintaining a for-profit healthcare system. They can spend that on this race, or they can spend that against other Medicare for All insurgents in smaller markets, in races that haven't gotten the same necessary national media attention. So, given that this race has a lot of national media attention, even like whether or not this became a nationally relevant race or not, didn't change the reality that the 70 million was earmarked, right? So that money is being deployed here, and in my mind, I'm thinking like he's Abdul's able to tank it. He's like a tank. He's able to withstand the attacks, partially because of the excitement and the enthusiasm that you guys have shown as well. Just like you, I guess. Yeah. He's versatile too. He's a tank, but he also has a great DPS. He's definitely a DPS player too. It's just that he hasn't. Yeah, he's a DPS build, very agile, huge dexterity, huge with critical hits. Here's the thing though. In the primaries, I think you guys are going to be surprised. You're going to see a very different Abdul in the general. Because in the primaries, he's obviously not going to go super hard against Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens is a Democrat, Michigan legislator. So, obviously there's a limitation to how hard you can go against your opponent. Especially because in the general, you obviously need the rest of the backing from the Democrats, who can't feel too discouraged, can't feel too upset. Whereas in the general, it's fucking no holds barred, right? In the general,
join any breakout room 1 through 5.
In the general, you'll see the DPS. It won't just be, it'll be the second phase. They'll do a domain expansion.
I'm looking forward to that.
We are just helping out.
Interns?
No.
Damn. He said, are you interns?
I'm a consultant.
You're a consultant?
Yeah.
So you're outside consultants higher.
No. I run Sunrise Movement's electoral work.
This is media, by the way, so if you don't want to talk to him, you can say, I plead the fifth.
I co-own a consulting firm called Egret Strategies. We work with left candidates all over the country. Dr. Hamawi was his deputy campaign manager, and I'm helping out Donovan in the final stretch.
How old do you think?
Yeah. I don't know what will be. I don't want to offend you. Look so young.
We'll be offended no matter what you say.
You look 20s.
Skincare. No, 23.
24.
That's still really young.
It is,
That's very precocious.
No, this is the crack.
This is my decade mark. Decade mark of political
prodigies over here.
I've even given him the honorary faillennial title as well. That's
really meaningful.
My theory is that the millennials are what is going to are going to usher in the era of American socialism. I think, given like their entry point to the job market, where they've only seen bus cycle after bus cycle, I have this. I mean, it's a joking theory. It's not a serious one. You're taking notes now. you're taking these down as notes, but okay, don't show us notes. But
the new page.
Just zoom in.
But I jokingly say that the faillennials are what are going to usher in the era of American socialism, a newer New Deal type democracy. Yeah. Gen Z has been a little bit inconsistent. So you got the older Gen Z that are also zillennials. It's a pre-COVID, post-COVID situation. So if you went through your adolescence before COVID and you had a healthier development, you have a lot of faillennial tendencies. You're less reactionary. You still have somewhat of a radical streak as far as your politics goes, as we've seen with millennials as well, who just don't have no hope.
You're saying that the younger Gen Zs, because of COVID, radicalized right because they turned against lockdowns and stuff?
I think they just didn't grow up healthy, let's just say. Well, I do think that, yes. I mean, as we've seen with John Fetterman, I think a little bit of brain damage is a surefire way that you'll become a right-wing reactionary. But yeah, I think that younger Gen Z, at least in my experience, are they have very strange beliefs.
That generation,
Not as much younger Gen Z. I mean, there's definitely a lot in comparison to other political, other watchers of politics. Yes, but I would say that mine is mostly my wheelhouse is millennials, and then older Gen Z.
These are millennials who grew up with you, and they're
pretty much.
Yeah, so they were maybe 18, 20,
yes.
And now they're 25, 27.
And even if they're Gen Z, there's people who've been watching me since they were 13 years old, which is crazy. But I guess better watch me than Andrew Tate, you know what I mean? But that's the way I see it. It's if you were younger Gen Z, you got your brain a little bit poisoned by kick streamers, Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate, people like that. If you're older Gen Z, you're more likely got to invest in politics a little bit, started watching me.
Thank you so much for joining.
Also, Gen Z is just a wide array. It's when I think Gen Z, I think someone who's 20 years old, but actually they're 30 now. I think, right? Gen Z, oldest Gen Z turned 30 at this point. I'm 19 and I've been watching since I was 15, Lamau. Yeah, see? Wow. Yeah.
Wait, so ask that person if their brains didn't get broken by COVID lockdowns, I guess.
Well, I mean, if they're in here, their brains probably didn't get broken down by COVID lockdowns. That's my assessment. Because everybody was slotted into different online communities for a lot of people when they were going through that period in their lives. Because there's no one, I think, during the COVID period that didn't find an online community. So if they found this online community, I believe that they had a healthier development that tries to take some of that anxiety that they feel about a future, the prospects of a worse future overall or a better future overall, and then take that anxiety and do something productive with it. Because I always try to get people to go out and join DSA, engage with their communities, organize in their communities, organize in their workplaces. So I feel that's a far healthier attitude than these different routes that they could go down, which is usually filled with despair. The right is oftentimes bringing people into the fold and redirecting their animosity towards less productive routes, oftentimes shifting the blame over to other marginalized identities, trans people, women. Oftentimes you see it they'll blame everything on women and women's position in society and how that it's a zero-sum game.
One generational thing about the faillennials, which is interesting, is that the Gen Zs are going to have this AI threat, which we as millennials are observing warily from afar, oh, that's really messed up, but we didn't have to contend it right out of college, right?
Depending on your age group, even with millennials, I lived in a world where cell phones were not readily available. Yeah, I grew up in an environment. Yeah, there was a little bit of exactly. So like there was a time frame where we just like didn't have readily available cell phones, no internet access all the time. The internet access that was available was also like disrupted oftentimes when you get a phone call in the house, right? So that was my experience.
I don't like to talk on the phone. Like we grew up, like I know, like I can talk on the phone. Like
I can talk on the phone too. I still don't like it. I don't like it. No. I have friends that my podcast co-host Austin loves being on the phone. Yeah, that motherfucker's on the phone all the time, nonstop, and I don't understand it. But for me, you know, I hate it. I can still do it though.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
What's up, sir?
How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Only other guy who I mean the man who hype mogs me every time. Yeah. How are you doing?
The last time we spoke IRL,
I know.
It was outside the 2024 DNC.
It was suspected that it was that conversation that led me to get kicked out of the DNC.
No way, because you talked to me?
Well, not you, but just like in general, it was he's uncommitted. You want to? This is a journalist. You want to explain who you are?
What's your name?
Simon.
Abbas. Nice to meet you.
Magazine. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Simon.
Sorry, can I catch your name?
My name is Abbas. ABBAS. Yeah, folks can learn about me at abbas4mi.com. But
yeah,
State Senate here in Senate District 2, Dearborn Heights, Allen Park, Melvindale, Taylor. So Dearborn area, downriver communities, and a part of Detroit.
What do you do now?
I'm running for state senate.
But he was in the uncommitted movement.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was one of the co-founders of the uncommitted movement.
Because you were like half at the DNC and then half the DNC.
So what happened is first day DNC starts, I went to the protest, of course, instead of immediately going to the DNC. And then after the protest ended, I went into the DNC. I did some coverage from the DNC. Second day, same thing. Third day, it was no, in the DNC. No, I was invited. I was a creator for Kamala.
So you were from media,
No. I went in as again.
You're a creator for Kamala?
Yeah, I was a creator for Kamala, which is really interesting because I think at the time there was like the DNC did not like DNC as the establishment does not like me, and they never did for obvious reasons. But the Kamala campaign, I think, was more excited about like bringing additional eyeballs to the entire event, and they were pretty nice. They gave me a crazy suite that like, you know, all these other media outlets had to pay $500,000 or whatever for, right? Like, so I had like crazy seats. Well, the first day was just like impromptu. It was a bar cart that I was streaming off of. I think you could see an image of it when Donnie was like filming me. But eventually they.
Back then?
Yeah.
Donnie. Never mind.
Yeah. No, he's been. I've known. So I was always. When Donnie first started at CNN, I was very interested in his coverage because I was like, oh, this guy gets it. Like he's going to some of the more extreme right-wing circles. Like he's going out and like he's actually talking to real voters as opposed to the.
We might have to get to boss. I totally.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, he.
You guys linked up with the DNC.
We linked up at the DNC last day.
I had just pulled an all-nighter outside because we made a request for a Palestinian American speaker and they said no. And so we said, okay, we're not leaving. So we stayed outside and...
She's gonna go on if we want to go out there.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go out and let's listen to Rashida's speech.
We can talk.
Yeah. But basically, the short and sweet of it is, I interviewed them outside, they were inside the DNC, but outside of the DNC, if that makes sense. They were outside the building. And I interviewed them, and then after that, I was being, just like you, there was a New York Times reporter with me the entire time. And they literally revoked my press access amidst that experience in front of like 80,000 live viewers. Oh, because I was criticizing the DNC and said, the straw that broke the camel's back, as I said, they're behaving like Israel by lying about the uncommitted movement. And then they proved the point. by kicking me out.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But they did it in a way where it was like ambiguous. It was just like, oh, you don't have access to this floor anymore. You know, that kind of thing. All right, let's go listen to the repeat.
What's up? Your favorite film?
Of course. Let's do it. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
It's directing, you know, this energy around direct human contact.
Should we go through there?
Reaching out to folks that feel invisible. They feel unheard and unseen by their own government. But when it's neighbor to neighbor, people talking to each other, you can outwork all the hate, all the misinformation. I mean, it is more powerful than any TV ad, any lawn sign.
Can we peek through here so we can film from here?
Out there that literally is so much noise that it's exhausting for our residents. That's what they want. They want us to be completely exhausted. But we know that we've seen it over and over again from my race where literally I was the underdog in 2019 and I won by 900 votes. That's it. And we made history together. But we did it when we had no money the last 2 months, but we knocked 55,000 doors, we ran out of lawn signs, we ran out of lit. I mean, at the end, we were just scraping by. But we did it. We made history together because we believed in that direct human contact and that grassroots organizing and movement work that is important. But as you all know, as these days come, there are people right now, you know them, I'm the eldest of 14. Now they don't like me calling out by name which ones they are in my family. But you know who they are in your family. You know who they are. You're all looking down, you know exactly who it is, that you need to text, threaten. I'm serious, like I don't want to hear you, this is me, I don't want to hear you complain. You call me one more time, and all I see is that you didn't vote. I'm gonna vote in November. Nope, primary is as important. You got family members that are telling you, I vote in November. You know it. You gotta tell them primary election in August 4th is important. You know there is a person out there that if you just nudge them, just a little bit, even if it's to send them, you know, a photo. I'm telling all my girlfriends, look at him, he's a girl dad. We love girl dads. But anything to try to grab on to that human connection and make it, because they trust you. These are people that I always say work your backyard. Not literally, but your network of people. And I watched my brother Rashid, yes, there's a Rashad, Rashid, and a Rashida in my family. There's 14 of us. But he's texting me and he's like, look, I just got all these folks I work with, this person that changes my tires. I mean, he's just, it's like built in us because we had a UAW dad that just his voting was like so embedded in his brain. It's like when I became 18 years old, he was like, go register. He didn't even say happy birthday, Sam. He's like, go register to vote. So for my brother watching, I think all of this happening and seeing all the negativity and to me, you know, the underlining kind of racist tropes that they're using against our brother Abdul, I can tell you, you know, it just motivates us to go out work that hate, and that means, again, working your backyard. I heard today, one of the early voting locations, there were 1,400 people today. 1,000. Someone that is very incredibly special to me. I need you all to know this. There are people holding on to their ballots. I'm telling you because you're the person they're going to call and text and say, what do I do with this? They can take it to their polling location and they can spoil and get a new ballot, right? Or they can go and drop it off at one of the, literally up until 8 p.m. on election day, they can put it in one of the drop boxes that's designated, okay? The other really important thing, we got calls today, I need to register to vote. You can register to vote at any early voting location. I'm gonna say it again. We get people coming up and they're like, well, I just figured out my cousin's not registered, my daughter's not registered. You take them to an early voting location, they can register to vote at an early voting location and get to vote right then and there. Really important too. Polls, again, open. Early voting, you can do early voting until Sunday, August 2nd at all the locations throughout the community. Think about it, Saturday, Sunday, this is time where folks, again, Tuesday, anything could happen, encourage them to vote early. On election day, from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., if you're in line, this is a question that comes up all the time, line by 8 p.m., you get to stay in line, you get to vote. Again, you are ambassadors, you know this, but people are going to ask you, and I want you to share that information with folks. With that, I need to tell you, when in 2019, I came in with the largest incoming class, the most diverse, largest incoming class in the history of the United States Congress. And in there was one of the tiniest people you ever seen. But boy, was she's spicy and feisty. No, really, she acts like she's the older sister, by the way, and I'm older than her. She is the little sister. But what I love about this person is I think the first week, or can't remember what it was, she has a very much an activist family, which I love, same in my family. And I think somebody was saying something about her online, and I, you know me, Mama Bear, I'm like, Ilhan, who's messing with you? Southwest Detroit was coming out of me, I was like, what's going on? She puts her hand up, she goes, Rashida, I'm fine. I survived war, I can survive this. Amen. That's incredible. And what it is about that, Talina and everyone, is that lived experience. You know, Ilhan and I didn't run to be the first of anything, but it is our lived experience that helps us move with urgency, helps us see things that take people years to see. I mean, look at these folks running the other way on AIPAC. We knew a long time ago. We knew it wasn't left or right, it was right or wrong, right? So, when she's in town, I love it. We try to stay cool and not get into trouble, because you all know, sometimes I need that strength. I will sit down next, I see you. I sit down next to her, and I think I'll be calm. And that doesn't happen, as you see in the State of the Union speeches. It gets a little crazy when Ilhan Omar and I are next to each other, but I'll tell you, I will sit next to this woman anytime, any day. The strength that oozes from her and what she has to deal with in Congress, what she has to deal with society. I don't know how she continues to do it, but man, she deserves a round of applause from the 12th Congressional District to thank her for her courage and for her fighting spirit. With that, Ilhan Omar.
I love you too. Give it up for my sister Rashida. I'm usually coming in to support her in her re-election, so this is the first time we're both here supporting a candidate for Senate. So it's a really cool thing to be in Michigan with you, sis. How's everybody feeling? I don't often campaign for people, but I knew I had to come here to support Abdul, because there is something special happening in Michigan. I am seeing so much hope in the politics of what's possible. For far too long, establishment Democrats have told voters we can only achieve incremental progress. But that is simply not true. Abdul is showing us what politics should be about. Politics should be joyful. Politics should be about taking care of one another. As a Minnesotan, I know something about the spirit of the Midwest. We know that when we look out for one another, everyone does better. As the great late Senator Paul Wellstone said, politics is about the improvement of people's lives, lessening human suffering, and advancing the cause of peace and justice in our country and in the world. And that is why I am here. Because this race isn't just about one Senate seat. It's about what we believe America can become. I know something about believing in the politics of what is possible in our country. I came here as a refugee, was raised by my single father, a man who worked very, very hard every single day and deeply believed in the promise of America. He believed that if you did your part, if you served your community, and if you looked out for your neighbors, you could build a better future, not just for your family, but for everyone else. He believed in the power of democracy like only someone who has experienced its absence can. That's the America we work hard for. Not an America where only few people get ahead, but America where every single person, no matter where they came from or what their last name is, has the opportunity to thrive. America opened the door for my family, and because it did, I have had the privilege of serving in the United States Congress. And that this is the America I love, not because it has always lived up to its ideals, but because ordinary people have always fought to make those ideals real. That is why Abdul's story speaks to me. Because when I look at him, I see another child of immigrants who believes this country is worth fighting for. His dad came here from Egypt believing in the promise of America. He worked hard. His parents raised a son who excelled in school, became a doctor, and earned one of the world's most prestigious scholarships. Then he made a decision that tells you everything you need to know about his character. He came home. He came home to serve Michiganders. He didn't dedicate his life to making himself richer. He dedicated it to making people healthier. He understood that healthcare is about dignity, that every child deserves a healthy start, that every family deserves security, that where you are born should not determine how long you live. That is the American dream. Not just achieving success for yourself, but using success in the service of others. Recently, we've heard some attacks from sitting elected officials suggesting that Abdul has allowed anti-American sentiment to enter our public dialogue. I want to talk about that, because I know what it feels like when people question your patriotism because of your name, your faith, or because you dare to challenge the status quo. And I reject that politics. Because patriotism is measured by who you fight for. If you fight so every American can see a doctor through Medicare for all, that is true patriotism. If you fight so every parent can access universal child care, that is true patriotism. If you fight so working families don't have to choose between paying the rent or putting food on the table, that is true patriotism. If you fight so workers earn a living wage, retirees can have dignity, and every child has a shot, that is true patriotism. If you fight so that our Constitution applies to everyone, its rights and its responsibilities alike, that is true patriotism. Because that is love of country, and what it means to believe America can be better. There is nothing anti-American about believing healthcare is a human right. There's nothing anti-American about believing housing should be affordable. There's nothing anti-American about believing that government should work for working people instead of billionaires. They are the values that make America great. And nowhere have those ideals been fought for more fiercely than here in the Midwest. Michigan workers didn't just build automobiles. They built the American middle class. They proved that when workers organize and when unions are strong, our entire country becomes better. That's why it means so much that Abdul has earned the trust of the labor movement and the people who literally build America every single day. Auto workers know who has stood with them. They know who has walked their picket line. They know who has fought for manufacturing, for collective bargaining, and for good union jobs. Their endorsement says something profound, that people who make America run believe Abdul will fight for them in the US Senate. And that's why when I hear powerful people whisper about electability, I laugh at them. Nobody understands what electability is better than Abdul. And that's because he understands that Michigan is built every single day by workers, by nurses, by teachers, by auto workers, by factory workers, by delivery drivers, caregivers, and everyone who gets up before sunrise to build a better life for their family. And those are the people who get to decide what electability looks like here in Michigan. So if you're ready, like I am, to elect someone who believes Medicare for all, universal child care, affordable housing, a government that serves people instead of corporations, AI and data center policies grounded in what is best for people and not what the corporations want, economy where hard work is rewarded with stability and not endless struggle, because none of those ideas are too radical. And the Midwest has always been in the forefront, showing the rest of the country what the politics of joy looks like. So we have to organize, we have to build a state that is more resilient, where every resident thrives. Now is the time to lead again. Let's send the son of an immigrant who embodies the American dream to the United States Senate. Let's choose hope over cynicism. Let's reject the politics that is rooted in xenophobia and division. And let's elect Abdul El-Sayed to the United States Senate. Michigan, we can do this together. I give you the incredible Abdul El-Sayed.
Let's remind them while we're here. Money out of? Politics. We can do that a little bit louder. Money out of? Politics. Money in your? Politics. Medicare for? Politics. One more time. Money out of? Politics. Money in your? Politics. Medicare for? Politics. All right, y'all. We know what we have to do. And today, I just want to reflect on a word that people have been talking about for some time. You heard the Congresswoman. You heard our incredible speakers. And by the way, can we have one more round of applause for our incredible speakers today? Folks who've been leading the fight all over this state and the upper Midwest for a very long time, leading that fight. And the word is electability. You heard that word? It's one of those many syllable words that nobody really has one definition for. Now, the simplest definition for the idea of electability is that you get elected. But they only ever use the word if you haven't been elected before. And it's a word that gets used to highlight things about you that you can't quite refute. Electability. My whole name is Abdurrahman Muhammad Al-Sayyid. My first name alone has 11 letters in it. You got sounds that come out of parts of people's throats they don't know they have. And for most of my life, I thought my name meant that I would be fundamentally unelectable. Because my whole life, I had mentors and people who met me say, someday you'll run for office. And I'd be like, did you see my name though? And it happened at my college graduation. I tell this speech sometimes on the stump. I was the valedictorian in my class at Michigan, got to give the student commencement speech. Real honor. And the only person anybody went to go listen to that day was a former president named Bill Clinton, including my own parents. And I give my speech. President Clinton gives his speech. He says some really nice things about me in his speech. My dad claps for me for the first time in my whole life. And then after the speech, he comes up to me. He looks at me, he does his Bill Clinton thing, son. Why are you going to medical school? I said, I'm brown and Muslim, that's what we do. But I love science and I love people, and this is how I want to serve. He said, that's great, but you got a gift for speaking. Maybe someday you'll run for office. And I literally just laughed in his face. I said, Mr. President, really nice of you to say, did you see my name? People like me don't get to run for office. Thought about it for a second. And then he chuckled and walked away. I have thought that I was unelectable for most of my life. I didn't think politics was ever anything that I would do. I became a doctor because I really did want to heal. And at some point, you start to think a little bit about the problems that you want to solve. You're working as Detroit's health director in a health department that they've shut down, despite being the oldest health department in the entire state, 185 years old. You start looking at the decisions that get made and wonder, who's making these decisions? And then Donald Trump got elected, and I said, you know what? If that man can get elected, what the hell does unelectability mean anyway? Governor, didn't know what I was doing. I said, I'm going to go big or go home. I went big, then I went home. But we earned 340,000 votes. Finished second of 3 in a 3-way primary. And more importantly, I said something that I think folks weren't quite ready to hear. Donald Trump is not himself the disease. He's just the worst symptom of the disease of our politics. The disease is the system that allows billionaires and corporations and special interests like AIPAC to buy and sell politicians to rig the system against us. And if you don't believe me, what does $70 million spent in a primary for US Senate, what is that? Except for corporations and billionaires and special interests trying to buy politicians to rig the system against us. 8 years on, Trump has been elected a second time. I'm sitting in my office, they froze federal funds. I had to ask myself, where's the fight for public health as I'm sitting here trying to get WIC checks out the door one more week or keep our federally qualified health centers open. And our current US Senator announces that day that he's not seeking re-election. And as we've campaigned across 110 different cities now, 500 plus public events, I get this word electability all the time. Now here's the interesting thing. When people say, we don't know if he's electable, it seems like they're talking about me, about my name, about my faith. But that's actually not what they're talking about. See, there's nobody with more political experience being named Abdul, except for maybe the mayor of Dearborn, than me in all of Michigan. I'm pretty good at being a guy named Abdul in Michigan. You know what they're talking about? They're talking about all of us. All of you. All the people in the state. And what bothers me about that is not the comment that they're making about me, it's the comment that they're making about the 10 million open-minded, big-hearted people in this state. I was Abdul the year after 9/11 when my teammates voted me football captain. They didn't have to do that. They didn't look like me. I was probably the first Abdul that most of them had met. And yet, they saw past my name and said, we think he'd be a good leader for our team. Here in Michigan, we are a community that brings together the best of Midwest earnestness and grit. That's who Michigan is. And across the communities that I visited, places like Kalkaska, places like Escanaba, places like Manistee, right here in Dearborn, Detroit, Grand Rapids, I see that earnestness and grit in people. And I also see a politics that has betrayed them so much. And on this campaign, we've taken the time to go and listen to people, to understand their challenges, to recognize the pain they feel when they have to pay a bill they can't. When they go to the grocery store and their kid says, can we get that? And they say, I don't know if we have the money for that. When they drop their kids off at school and wonder why that school looks exactly like it did when they went there. When they drive over that same pothole over and over and over again. Michigan's earnestness and grit, they've been betrayed by the politicians who say they serve us. And so as I've traveled the state, taking the time to listen and learn and pay attention to the problems people have and share ideas about what we can do to address their problems, you know what people don't ask? How do you pray? But I have been asked, what do you pray for? People don't care as much about my name. They care if I care to remember their name. I say this in Dearborn, where a lot of folks happen to share an ethnicity with me. The experience of being an Arab and a Muslim in Michigan is the experience of consistently watching as your state uplifts and empowers and embraces you. That's been my experience. And so I get real pissed off when they say, oh, you're unelectable because your name is Abdul, because for me, I push back and say, you don't know Michigan like I know Michigan. You don't know Michiganders like I know Michiganders. You don't know what our state needs and deserves like I know what our state needs and deserves. You haven't listened to Michiganders and what they need. And if you think the best possible politics for a people as earnest and as gritty as Michiganders are, is a politics that sells them off to the highest bidder, whether it's DTE or Blue Cross or Big Tech or Big Pharma, whether it's APAC, then you don't understand Michiganders. If you think what is electable in Michigan has more to do with a name than it has to do with a politics that delivers, you don't know Michigan. So Michigan, here's where we are. They're going to spend $70 million in this race. They're going to set 2 records. I keep waiting for the Guinness Book of World Record people to be like, you set a record! I want the plaque. APAC has never spent more to beat one single candidate. Honestly, I'm honored. And beyond APAC, the big corporations who are funding all of these other super PACs, collectively they've set another record. More money spent in a senatorial primary than ever before in history. And they're not spending it against me. Yeah, my face might be on the attack ads. I don't know why I keep touching it though in the attack ads. I don't nearly touch my face that much. They're spending it against you. Against the movement of people coming together for the politics we need and deserve. They're spending it against your goodwill, your open heart, your big mind. They're spending it against your will to be able to have a politics that actually serves you. That money isn't about me. It's about what they think they can make you think about me. And they think that somehow 30-second commercials are going to change your fundamental experience of living right now. They think they can get you to stop paying attention to the fact that your health care is unattainable. that your groceries are unaffordable, and that we are wasting your tax dollars to fight wars or do genocides that have nothing to do with your best interest and are at the same time raising your gas prices to make that unaffordable too. They think they can trick you. But here's the thing, we always knew that this was coming, and we always knew that Michiganders were bigger than that. So here's where we are. We've got 3 days left. I don't know even how to count this. Like, you count today, you count election day, I don't even know. It's 3, 4 days. I take counting way too seriously. We've got tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday to get out the vote. And we've got to make a point. I know you've probably seen the polls. Polls don't vote, people vote. Don't pay any attention to those polls. Keep pushing. We've got to make a point, though, about what politics ought to be moving forward. So my ask of you is that beyond the $70 million in lies that they spent, the $70 million attempting to drag us into the most cynical politics, beyond the $70 million in ad after ad after ad, they got money, we got the men. And I am asking you to put yourself into this movement every day for the next 3 days and the next 13 weeks after that. Because if you watch those ads and thought to yourself, how cynical do they think this is? Your answer has to be in the hope that you bring to those doors or those phone calls for the next 3 days. Our politics are so much bigger than being dragged in the mud in ads. Our politics are about the ability to look someone in the eye and have an honest conversation about who we are and who we want to be. We get the opportunity to do that for the next 3 days. And I'll just finish here. As a kid who understood just how blessed I was to grow up in America, because I would have summers in the place that, but for the accident of history, I should have been born in, where there is no democracy. Our democracy is only as good as the choices we make to use it. So beyond sending an argument to them about what kind of politics we will accept here in Michigan, I want to make an argument to each other about what we really can have. A movement that is honest about getting money out of our politics so that we can put money back in pockets by standing with unions, by taxing billionaires their wealth, by keeping our money here at home instead of sending it abroad and long, by standing up to corporate monopolies and oligopolies, by finally fulfilling the promise and guaranteeing health care to every single person in this country. By ending dumb wars we never should have been fighting on behalf of other governments. By ending the tyranny in our streets and abolishing ICE. By taking our democracy back, winning the future for our kids and grandkids who will ask us what we did in this moment. You get to have those conversations every day for the next 3 days. And then, God willing, for the next 13 weeks, and then, God willing, for the next 6 years. Because this is not about one U.S. Senate seat. Not about me, it's not even about you. This is about us, and the collective we want to build, and what that means for the future we deserve, and we ought to hand off to our kids. Dear Warren, thank you so much for showing up for that. Thank you for showing up for this movement, and let's go win this race!
I need your attention for 3 to 4 minutes. I know we've already done a big training, but this is an easy one. I need everyone to follow 5 simple steps. Can everyone raise their hand if they don't have a quarter sheet like this? Of course. If you don't have a quarter sheet like this, can you please raise your hand? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Okay, we'll get folks this. So I want everyone to take a look at the QR codes on the sheet. The The first one you're going to see on the left
Hasan.
is to download our friend banking app. I want everyone to scan that QR code and start downloading the app and start making your account. This tool is what we call our friend banking tool. It's a relationship with all of us.
I'm from Turkey. Originally, I'm Turkish. But I live in LA.
Making sure that every single person you know makes a plan to vote and actually lives on the road. This is our chance to do that. And this is a really easy, streamlined way for all of us to do that. So as you download your app, and as you create your account, it's going to ask you for a code. The second QR code you see on your flag is the QR code
I like this guy.
all of our votes.
He's a pure heart.
I listed the general campaign code on our QR code, on our quarter sheet. It's 503135. After you create your account and enter your joint code,
you ever seen this before?
I know. I saw the events that
he did.
We all are able to reach out to our
I never want to see it. I'll tell you. That's why I want to send you the copy. The biggest time ever sold in my car.
Voting location on all these sports. And most important,
At least he dignified the voters of the lie, which is what I was really frustrated by when I was, constantly yelling about the situation. What's going on over here? Small break over here. Okay.
They're doing like a Muslim internet.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. All the. Okay. I'm gonna grab a water, and I think we can.
Are you gonna sit in for that, or are you gonna head out?
No, I'm gonna head out. I mean, I guess I could. I said no to it earlier. It's just all the people that are here, right?
Adam, Abdul, Ilhan, and Rashida. Those four. And then Amani.
I think they're not prepped for it.
They're not prepped for it?
No, they're not prepped to pop it, but they have they spent the whole time. So.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't want to get, if they do that.
But it's like Amani, right? Like does the
Yeah.
And who else?
And then Yusuf is recording.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just sitting and watching.
Okay. Yeah, she asked me to be a part of it, but I was like, I don't know.
Up to you.
I don't need to take up space there. It's fine.
That was a really dramatic entry today.
Double whammy. Can you take one more video?
Yeah, of course. What do you want me to say? That she's hot?
Yeah. Hi, Mom. Hassan has a message for you.
You're very attractive, and I wish you were here.
Her name's Paris.
It's a beautiful name.
Yeah.
Paris.
Thank you. She's
Okay.
gonna lose her mind.
Okay, you got it.
You got it?
Yeah, he really is a mother lover.
I'm sure there are a lot of moms though who do like
Yeah, it's awkward.
I was trying to show you like the range of your audience.
Yeah, no. There are definitely moms. There's definitely moms in the audience.
I said, because I didn't know you were gonna be here, otherwise I'd have been like, Mom, you have to come. Oh, you're so cute.
Monday at 4 p.m. We can also literally tell them. Like,
Where's
We're
March?
good. What?
March?
He's doing something else.
You know, this is also where Abdullah did his watch party. I'm watching him in there.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a good space.
It's nice space, huh?
This was my water. Okay.
And it's on call with the Uber whenever you want it.
I'm trying to figure out if I should go back or if I should just end it here because I'm tired. It's 8:30. Yeah, I think because we got a big day tomorrow.
That's right.
I'm gonna end it here on this note. Chat.
Wait, Danae.
What's up?
We do have an event with you Monday if you want to tell folks about it.
You tell them.
Is Monday at 4 p.m. You can RSVP at mobilize.us/Donovan McKinney for Congress.
There you go. There you go. All right. I am gonna end it here, but I'll be live tomorrow at the regular hour because we actually started late today because we were in transit, but we got a bunch of stuff going on tomorrow. Let me look through the schedule real quick. We got regular desktop stream, and then we might go out and do man on the street stuff potentially, and then we have dinner with Donovan at 6:30 p.m. We're gonna be having some Detroit pizza, which I'm very excited about personally. I do love me some Detroit pizza, as I talked about already. Yeah, good seeing you. But this is the first day of events, and we'll do a little bit more situation monitoring, a little bit more news coverage tomorrow, more desktop stuff before we get out. and do other things. Anyway, love you guys. Thank you for tuning in. And thank you for watching. And we'll see you. Hold on, it's not loading. I did.